Hey, Stitch Love, how you doing? Good to see you. We're just heading out to continue doing our journeyest of journeys with DoorDash. And making another like 59, no, not 59, like 49, $50 to crack our $100 goal. Okay, there we go. Do, do, do. Hey, Coffee Cake, how you doing? Good to see you. How's your day going? Just heading out. About to do some more DoorDash today. Yeah, I'm doing all right. We're about halfway to our $100 goal for the day. And we've got exactly 68 more orders to go for us to have that perfect acceptance rate on DoorDash. So we'll see what happens, Yeah, no problem. You've been here long enough. Well, more than long enough, I'd say. Plus, I've seen you around. I think you're heckin' dope. Okay. Now, DoorDash says it's busy, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, we're getting there. Depending on how many orders, we could probably get there by this upcoming week. We'll see how busy we are from now until then, though. There we go. Oh, let's go, baby. What do we got? Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That's horrible. Oh, Jesus. So, okay. There are $3 Generals before North Titusville. They're sending me to the one in North Titusville. 725. It's not 5.6 miles. It's probably more like 7 or 8 miles. Ugh, that's rough. Well, a job's a job. Let's do it. Let's see. What's up, Kane? How you doing, Lady Sky? Do I like Mike the Musicals? Sure. Why not? That's cool shit back there. Looks like one of those combo machines. It's got like the lap pull down, neck and everything on it. Interesting. But yeah, wow. This is a rough order to start the night off with. But, hey. A job's a job, man. Right? I said we're taking every order. We're going to keep taking every order, goddammit. Once I get to that 100% acceptance rate, we'll figure out if I want to continue taking everything or not. Do I like the bikes? Yes, I do. I like the bikes. What about you? Do you like the bikes? You think the bikes are heckin' dope? Okay, there we go. Man. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not even the one on Garden Street. It's the one on Dairy Road. Oh, tight. Forget DoorDash, you tripping, man. Maybe they can send me an add-on along the way. See, that's the crazy thing too, is that they say they're busy. So if they're busy, why are they sending me 7 miles away? I'm not even kidding. I gotta show you guys. It's gonna take me a while to get there anyway. Might as well show you. Hey, Detroit. Look at that. Look at how far they're sending me. You see that? Jesus, man. Yeah, it's rough. But it's okay. We're gonna do it. And besides, you know, once we get to that 100% acceptance rate, we'll figure out if I want to keep taking every order or if I'm willing to decline orders that I simply just don't think are worth it. Like, most of the time, I would decline something like that. And then they would probably just send it to someone else that's closer up there, you know? I mean, that being said, we could arguably do pretty good up that way. We could. I'm not going to hold my breath for it. But we could arguably do well in that area tonight. Especially if most of the dashers are down here, you know? If most of the dashers are down this way, then me being the only dasher up that way, or having less competition, could mean that we do even better than we would down here. So we're just going to go along with it and see what happens. What depends? If I want to decline orders like what I was just sent, that I showed you guys on the screen. It's, we got to skip the closest $3 Generals to get to the fourth one in Titusville. Because, yeah, they're dragging me up that way to get this order. Now, keep in mind, right, I'm doing this for the challenge. I am allowed to decline this if I want, but that would go against the challenge. So, we're taking it for the challenge, plain and simple. And it's not a total waste of time because I'm still getting paid to do it, plain and simple. And you figure too, like, they are supposed to be sending me shorter commute orders, and they don't always do that, but it's okay. But yeah, we'll definitely see if I want to maintain that 100% AR once I get there. At the very least, I want to get there knowing that I can do it, and probably being the first bike dasher to do it. I have not seen any other bike dasher crack 100% AR on DoorDash. So that could be quite a prestigious title and certainly an ambitious accomplishment. A lot of people are like, man, you're crazy for going for that. I respect that, you know? So I'm kind of like getting brownie points in that sense. But again, I still get paid to do it, whether or not it's worth the pay. You know, whether or not it's worth the pay, I'm still getting paid. And since you guys have seen that I am making more overall money by taking more orders, that's why you could also argue you could also make an argument that it's more valuable to do that. You never know. So we're basically figuring that part out. We're basically figuring out what's going to be the best valuable direction to take. But in order for us to figure that out, we got to actually get to that step, you know? knowledge is power, but knowing's only half the battle, right? Because if you're going to stick around in this lifetime, how well are you going to apply what you know? You know? How do you think wisdom's created? Wisdom is accumulated from time and experience. Time, experience, knowledge. So when you're learning things, but you're not really applying what you learn, you're missing out on that crucial step of becoming wiser and using that wisdom as a gift to pass on to people. Should you feel that there's some kind of moral obligation to do something. Some people might stay around in this lifetime believing that there's some kind of moral obligation to that. Some others might use that as just a way to simply figure out what to live for. Other people, I don't know. It depends, really, you know? But at the very least in this case, we're going to figure out how worthwhile a perfect acceptance rate really is, as well as the steps to get there. That's another big part of this experiment, you know? Another big part of this experiment is to use the combination of knowledge and experience to see if this is potentially worthwhile in general. Not just for me, but potentially for you guys too. At least if you look at it that way. I know I might not have spoken a ton on this particular topic, but, you know, I haven't always wanted to just do things for myself. You know, have things to work on specifically for my own benefit. I do believe in the power of leading by example. And that's a gift that can be passed on to people. Knowing that there's a high likelihood that the human race is going to continue to exist, you know? It's like, all right, if we're going to continue to exist, we can at least pass some kind of wisdom down to one another. Figure out how to get through this landscape of life. You know, whether we want to be here or not, I don't know. Hey, Positive Folks, how you doing? Good to see you, Reinhardt's. Just thinking about some stuff out loud, you know? Like what this journeyest of journeys with Perfect AR has been turning into in a lot of ways. But also, you know, the past several years of my life, like 25 and onward, I've really thought a lot about some of the deeper introspections I have. About who I am, what I want to be, what I want my life to represent. You know? And how these experiences I'm going through, good and bad, neutral, neither nor, are not in vain. Especially if I share them with people. Especially if I share them with people that are probably still going to be here even when I'm not. I'm probably way too young to be talking like that, but you never know. Tomorrow's never guaranteed. Never. And even though some of these orders are pretty bad with DoorDash, for example, you know, perhaps there is a worthwhile reason, or even many reasons, why people will take them. And how one thing could potentially lead to another, even if the answer isn't always so clear at first. And it could also help us better understand what DoorDashers actually want. You know? We need to be able to be honest with ourselves about what do we actually want through gig work. Do we want to be able to have everything, knowing we probably can't? Are we willing to accept compromise with certain things? Like maybe, for example, if we had like a Prop 22 everywhere versus just being able to have the higher base pay and being able to decline as much orders as you want. Do we want certain protections in the unlikely, or do we want to just be able to use our own healthcare providers to take care of that stuff? I don't know, right? And we also need to be honest about the relationship that we want to have with the consumer. Positive, negative, neutral, neither, right? Like, I know a lot of consumers have a problem with the obligation, the seeming obligation anyway, especially in the United States in particular, to have to tip the driver if they're already paying upmarked prices for restaurants and service fees and potentially delivery fee, and then left over for the driver, if at all. Do we want DoorDash to pay us more? Do we want the consumer to pay us more? Are we willing to make compromises if we get whatever particular thing that we collectively decide to want? I don't know. The problem is that we have two different clashing sides of the same token, but they don't really want to come together and actually talk. And never really with civil discourse either. The consumer believes one thing because they're told one thing by DoorDash. DoorDash drivers believe another thing that is also told by DoorDash. And sprinkle in a little bit of entitlement, sprinkle in a little bit of fantasy Latin beliefs and desires. Knowing that, believing this idea that we can be our own boss and set our own schedule and do whatever we want, whenever we want, when many of us ultimately wind up becoming app slaves, spending even more hours working for arguably just as much, potentially less in some cases, or having to settle for copious amounts of downtime where you don't actually get paid at all, and ultimately having to work more hours on the whole, dedicate more hours on the whole, even if you're not working them. What is it, and here's the thing, what does it actually mean to be your own boss as a DoorDash driver? If you want to look at it in a brutally honest sense, it's basically just saying you have to be your own employer and hold yourself accountable and keep track of everything that your employer would already do for you, right? And then you got to figure out, all right, well, is that actually going to be worth it? Especially if I don't get paid time off, especially if there's a lot of downtime of not actually getting work, therefore not actually making money. And having to keep track of all of your expenses, having a very large learning curve compared to someone else doing it for you. You have freedom. But how much does that freedom cost? And is it worth the price? I'm not providing answers for that, by the way. I'm just asking questions, right? I'm just asking questions. Because me, I like what I do, right? If I didn't like what I do, and if I didn't make enough money for it, I wouldn't do it. I would just go back to a W-2 job, maybe work up the ranks at a company, go for a pension, right? Live comfortably in that sense. But me, I don't really want that in life. So I'm willing to take on and assume whatever comes from gig work, because I know that I can do the gig work overall in some ways, in a lot of ways, the way that I want to do it. I love my e-bikes, and other delivery jobs don't allow you to use your e-bikes to get the job done. So that's already one big perk, right? But the whole thing with freedom isn't actually free, right? I think we have to be honest about that too. The freedom to be your own boss is basically saying you have the freedom to be fully liable for yourself, which isn't necessarily bad. It's just having a fundamental understanding what you have to do with gig work, right? Do we want companies to pay us more, or do we want consumers to pay us more? Should it be the consumer? Should it be the company? You know? Yeah. I don't think anyone was meant to do one thing for an entire life. I guess that depends on what you want in life too, you know? Because, let's be honest too, how many of us have a plan beyond DoorDash? You know? How many of us want to do something after DoorDash, or have figured something out after DoorDash? I'm willing to bet a lot of us haven't gotten to that stage yet. Right? In fact, many of us might even just want to continue doing DoorDash for the next 20, 30, 40 years of our lives, or however much work time we have before we can start getting Social Security, if we do. That's just... I guess what a lot of things come down to is, what do we really want, and what are we willing to do to have that? Are we willing to compromise for the overall thing that we want out of gig work? Because you figure, oh, what are we doing? I had the right of way. Both of you cut me off. Unbelievable. Got cut off by two people. Anyway, I digress. Some people do one thing for 40 years and seem miserable. That's true too. You're not wrong about that. Our DoorDash is actually going to be any better though, because you do notice one thing as well, right? This is another thing we have to be honest with ourselves, is that we often have to sign up with many apps to make comparable money than we would already do with a W-2 job, right? So, are we working more for less or the same? You could argue it's actually less, because of the amount of work we put in for comparable amount of money. But, you know, sometimes people might be all right with that if it means that they can still have the ability to make those kind of decisions, right? So you can certainly make an argument for that. I make an argument for that. I like being able to make my own decisions with gig work. That's a huge reason why I continue to do it. That's something you can't really do with one employer. Although you do have the freedom to be able to work wherever you want with W-2 work as well, right? If you hate your job, you can just walk out and work somewhere else, or put in your 2 weeks notice, which would be a better idea, and go somewhere else. But then again, gig work, you can also, you know, have those choices, be able to make choices. Now, let's say that we're able to get something that allows us to make more money specifically from the company, not necessarily as much pressure on the consumer, but it requires us to give up some of those choices. Are we willing to do that, yes or no? And I haven't really gotten a straight answer from the gig community on that one on the whole. Mainly because, let's be honest, a lot of us probably don't want to make any compromises if we don't have to, right? But what if we do have to? We already kind of do as it is, right? We kind of already do. I don't think anyone is naive enough to believe that we can just pick any one app and have that be our full-time job, so to speak. We have to be resourceful and sign up for as many as we can and figure out which ones are most optimal in our market and keep those options open. DoorDash will never change because they just rotate through new drivers. Yeah, you're not wrong about that one for sure. So here's another question too. Do we want that to change? And if we want that to change, are we willing to make a compromise that could still lead to us having somewhat of the desired outcome we want? And will that actually wind up being better on the whole for drivers? That's another thing I'd like to hear from the gig community in general too, because I'm not quite sure. Because I don't think a lot of us actually have that conversation. I certainly never see it. Right? I certainly never see those kind of conversations in this community for the most part. Because you got people like your driver Mike propping up gig work to be the best thing since sliced bread, when it might not actually be that simple. Which, again, this is coming from someone that likes gig work, and I like being able to make choices at my accord with gig work. And I'm also willing to assume whatever risks and responsibilities come with doing gig work. But I'm honest about that. I'm sure that's something you guys have grown to know about me by now, is that I'm honest enough to admit this stuff and still overall like what I do, knowing that what I'm doing is also serving as an income bridge towards bigger, greater things in life. I wouldn't want to work 10 to 12 hour days for non-guaranteed rate or even less. So there you go. See, I appreciate that kind of honesty. You know, I know that can be a huge deterrent from people wanting to do more gig work, especially beyond their W-2 jobs, their full-time W-2 jobs. And especially knowing that maybe their area isn't particularly well versed for gig work in general, even if they have the services available. How many new drivers every year how many is there, you know? I'm not sure, but I know they turn over thousands per year. Thousands and thousands. A lot of people like the gig stuff to be antisocial. I think that's partially true, but I do think that treating gig work as an anti-social's paradise is a bit of a handicap in your long-term success. Like, you guys see me that I'm actually pretty social with people overall with what I do, because you figure I'm always coming into contact with people on this work. I have to go to the register. I have to oftentimes actually directly communicate with the customer and, you know, the bystanders that are always curious about my bikes. I'm pretty comparably sociable, maybe not quite as much as with a W-2 job. Like, and I used to work, you know, Target, Publix, Dollar Tree, places where you have to directly work with people. And yeah, in that sense, you don't get quite as much from gig work. That, I guess that camaraderie, which is debatable if that's super ideal, right? Because you can't necessarily get better at working with people if you don't learn how to work with people. You know what I mean? So there's definitely, it can swing either way, so to speak. We just made it, by the way. Oh, they added an item, so they'll add like 25 cents to this. That's cool. But I definitely, you know, as I'm growing more and more into this particular niche on this channel, I'm thinking more and more about that kind of stuff. Because this is stuff I've thought about for quite some time. But now I can actually have that kind of civil discourse with you guys and anyone else that comes along the way on our channel. You know? Really stir up some productive discussion with these particular subjects. Because I think this kind of stuff's important, especially since gig work is not going anywhere anytime soon. People are always going to want stuff delivered, and people are always going to they're always going to be willing to pay the premium to get their stuff. Why else are they paying for an Amazon subscription? Why else are they paying for a Kroger subscription, Walmart Plus, you name it? Because people are willing to pay the convenience of getting stuff delivered. DoorDash is no different. And DoorDash, in particular, works with practically everyone. So it makes sense. So while we accept the fact that gig work in particular, whether it's DoorDash or not, is not going anywhere anytime soon, I think this is also ample time and opportunity for drivers and consumers to really think about, what do we want from each other? What do we want from the system? What can be, like, maybe the best general compromise moving forward for everyone, if we even need to, or if things are most ideal the way that they are, or something else, right? I'm not the only voice here, right? I'm not the only voice, and I know that there's tons of people with tons of opinions, and as long as there's civil discourse, I want to hear it. Because I think this is the kind of big thing that we need to have. We need to have this kind of discourse. Otherwise, the consumer and the driver are always going to continue butting heads, no matter what. But do they want to treat people right with a living wage? It's true, and you hear the criticism all the time about tipping culture in the U.S., and while I think there's more to unpack than just that sentiment alone, I totally understand where people are coming from, I do, especially when they're paying ridiculous fees just to get shit delivered. So whether or not I agree with certain people's opinions of that stuff, I can at least see where they're coming from. See, that's another important thing about having that kind of discourse. Ah, there we go. Mr. Worldwide! There's Mr. Worldwide. Good to see you. Hey, Colleen, how you doing? We're the fourth Dollar General north from where I'm at, because DoorDash didn't feel like sending me to a closer one. But that's okay. This order's relatively small. They added an item, so as long as we get that, an extra quarter. So we're gonna run inside and get that done. But yeah, maybe what I can do is, like, maybe I'll add a poll, or maybe I'll add like a Q&A asking those kind of poignant questions, and then maybe during these live streams we can kind of just talk more about it, What do you guys think? Do you think that's a good idea? I think so. I want to do it. And hey, as my channel continues to grow and the audience continues to grow, that's more and more people gradually participating in these conversations. I mean, I could make pre-recorded videos, but you don't get that same conversational opportunity with pre-recorded videos as you would with a live stream, because you're getting my raw thoughts in the moment, plus being able to directly interact with the chat. So not quite that same experience, if you guys know what I mean. Anyway, let me get that shopping cart and we'll get this done. So this order shouldn't take too long, to help make up for the decent amount of time it took to get up here. Hold on. Wait. There we go. Alright, let's head inside. Let's see. Mr. Toenails is back in the chat. Interesting. Alright, I'll give you guys the peachy card cam. Hello. Okay, there we go. Okay, Lunchable. Oh, is it still freezing? I hope not. I hope I'm not buffering too much. I know it was stuttering when I first got in here. But welcome everyone that's just popping in. Just don't forget to hit that like button on the way, while you're in here. Hey Dan, good to see you. Hey Cornelius, good to see you too, buddy. Yeah, good to see you guys coming in here. You guys are heckin' dope. I gotta figure out what this Monster Energy drinks are at. Oh, okay, I think I found them. Fruit cups. Not here. Oh, I think that's up ahead. Or not. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Haven't been in this store in a while. Oh, this particular location, anyway. See what DoorDash winds up sending me the rest of the evening. Let's see. You're a great guy to tell so far. Thanks, Mr. Toenails. Appreciate that. Yeah, just out here, just trying to make an honest living, and I don't know, just be something, really. Not saying that I struggle with intrinsic value or anything like that, but you know what I mean. I mean, I have struggled with that a lot throughout my life, but I've gotten better at it day by day. Let's see, some Butterfinger thing. I guess this is up front. Nutritional yeast, great for your family. Well, I'll grant you that. Nutritional yeast is awesome. I'd say anyone that's not allergic or sensitive to yeast should give it a shot. Really good source of B vitamins. Yeah, you can post shorts if you want, Mr. Worldwide. That's fine. It falls under fair use.
Yeah, so I don't think it's this store that has that. It's worth checking. Oh, yeah.
Wonder how many times you hear the greeting from the security camera.
A bit too many. It's not even a camera, it's just a little sensor.
Ah, I see.
How much you make in a day doing that, I'm curious?
Oh, DoorDash?
Yeah.
It depends. If I spend enough time, I could make $100 in a day.
Fair enough.
Sometimes more, sometimes less. But that's the thing, time.
Yeah. Like, how many hours is that across? 1,800.
Since I do this on my bike, I don't stay out the whole time, but I'll usually stay out like 4 to 5 hours at a time.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's not horrible.
And that's more than once per day, so that'll be like 8 to 10 hours. The holidays is the time to bring in some bank. Got one from your side?
And then you can take a picture of that one while it's laid out nice and flat. I know most people like to. Wow, quite exquisite.
Asked that young lady out on a date. I'm not really looking for anyone, Mr. Toenails. At least, not right now, anyway. I'll think about that at a later date. Or think more on that thing. Mr. Worldwide says, keep up the good worldwide work. Mr. Worldwide! Why is depression so hard? I don't exercise anymore because I'm way too tired. Oh, come on. No one's too tired to exercise, dude. If you're too tired to exercise, you're not getting enough some kind of stimulus or source of energy to exercise. Just go do it, man. It doesn't matter how good or bad you feel, just do it. Right? I bet that'll make you feel better, man. I heard that same excuse from Michaela Peterson about her dad. You know, the guy that is like, oh, go out there and intrinsic value and shit. He doesn't even follow his own goddamn advice. You want to train and quit alcohol and all that? Well, start working on it. Right? Don't stop talking about making things happen. I want to do this, I want to do that. Just do it. And it doesn't matter if you don't have everything you need. Just go for it. You'll figure out the rest from there. But action speaks louder than words. You know? I think that's another important thing people in general need to learn. Whether it be the youngsters that still need real world experience or the old timers that just talk. Right? Quit talking, start acting. On my way with your order. Alright, let's figure out where we're going. Gotta go straight. Okay. Alright, we're good. Yeah, you can do PPL if that's what it takes to get you started. You can do half of that. Doesn't matter. Do full body training. Whatever gets you moving. Whatever gets you excited to just, move some weights, get a pump. Feel good about yourself. You gotta do something. You gotta do things that make you feel good. You gotta do things that feel rich and rewarding, at least to some kind of degree. I know that, we didn't choose to be here, and a lot of people are dealt with extremely unfortunate hands, But if you have gifts, if you have things that allow you to find some kind of value, purpose, meaning in life, go for it, man. I mean, if that's what you want. If not, well, I can't tell you what you should or shouldn't do, But, make a choice. Act. Don't just talk. I mean, that depends what you want out of your training, too, If you just want to go to the gym and feel good, you don't have any serious, well-defined goals, just move weight around. It doesn't matter. If you Like, I would rather that someone had no fucking idea what they're doing and just go to the gym for the sake of having fun at first, than to just have to methodically craft everything out and spend all that time and energy into it if it comes at the expense of actually going to the gym. Or even if it's not just the gym, some kind of exercise or something, you know? I would rather people just dick around on machines than to not even go to the gym at all and spend all of your time and effort into creating a program you're not even going to follow, you know? Or one that is set with very unrealistic expectations. I gotta drop this off. Alright, what do we got? Drop off a door, not the garage. Got it. Okay. Okay, we got that. I wanted to show in the mirror 5-day split I can do, please. Tell me I'm so angsty. I mean, you know, 5-day, if you want, you can do upper lower for the first 2 days, rest, then do push pull leg, or you can do leg push pull, you can do push leg pull, you can do pull leg push, then rest and repeat. Primary focus on some kind of fundamental exercise to build overall mass and strength, like let's say overhead pressing, deadlifts, squats, maybe good mornings or Romanian deadlifts are fine too, maybe a bench press, some kind of barbell row, and you know, if you want, you can just do that, and maybe you can add like one accessory exercise per muscle group, or maybe just an accessory for arms. You know, you can keep it pretty bare bones like that if you want. But exercises like that, they're going to give you a good solid overall bang for your buck with getting bigger and stronger, especially in that newbie phase of newbie gains, right? Because I don't know your lifting experience, Clown Spirit, but those kind of exercises put more overall mass on your frame than most other exercises, because you're working more muscle groups, which helps improve your general sense of fullness, thickness, density, completeness, development. Now, them alone doesn't do the job completely, and someone's goals will change over time throughout the course of their exercise, you know, throughout their time of exercising in the gym. So you might want to incorporate more volume, more dedicated volume in specific areas after a while, or maybe lean away towards some of the axial loading type exercises, like the exercises that place spinal compression under gravitational forces, like deadlift, squats, overhead presses. You know, chest supported back exercise. Oh, so you do know exercise. So you're probably not a complete beginner then, I would imagine. Okay, so you have lifted before then. Chest supported better than free weight. So I don't really hold an outright opinion of one being outright better than the other. They have advantages above one another. They also have disadvantages, you know? Like, for example, if you're going to do like a chest supported machine row, which is one of my favorite exercises, by the way, mainly for the stretch, you're not getting that axial loading component on the posterior chain like you would with a barbell row or maybe some kind of deadlift variation. But at the same time, it's a lot more gentle on the joints, especially the spine. So if you have a program that is stuffed with a bunch of axial loading exercises, having something that doesn't further compress the spine under gravity could be ideal for making gains in that dedicated area that you want to train. So it's not that one is outright better, it's just one has advantages over the other, and vice versa. You know, I don't hold overly dogmatic opinions that like barbell press is the only way to grow big shoulders, or you have to bench press for a big chest. You know, it's a lot more nuanced than that. It can also be very individual based too, right? We have to take into account one's injury history, one's training history, if they struggle with things like anxiety or depression, because those can be great inhibitors of success in the gym for sure. I think we all know that by now. Sleep regimen, diet, because we know you can't really outrun a bad diet. You know, those are all taken into consideration too. You train with a friend, really need to push with pre-workout with caffeine. I mean, if that's something that's going to help kickstart your journeyest of journeys back in the gym, then so be it. Right? It's basically a placebo with caffeine. That's what pre-workout is. It's a placebo with caffeine, which can be a good thing. Plus, the power of the placebo effect is not to be underestimated. Placebo does quite well. You know, it does quite well in studies, actually. Right? Even if the actual thing that prompts the placebo doesn't actually do anything, it's the placebo feeling. So if that in of itself helps with you actually getting in the gym or just getting to exercise in general, then I say more power to you. Especially if it's not, you know, detrimental to your health, or if you don't have like some kind of caffeine sensitivity, you know, which does affect upwards of 10% of the population. I'm going to start heading south. Hopefully I can get something halfway decent along the way. I don't think me staying up here is going to do much. It's funny, they claim it's busy and they're barely sending me any orders. That probably means there's a lot of drivers out tonight. But we'll see what happens. Pre-workout with no caffeine is bad. No, I didn't say it was bad. No, it's just like if you have a caffeine sensitivity, then you can still get that placebo effect with stimulant-free pre-workout, or more specifically, pre-workout without caffeine, because that's really what it is. It just depends. Stuff that makes better pumps. Pre-workout gives better pumps. It probably could. That's important wording. It probably could. That's not a guarantee though. It probably could. But ultimately, if you feel a greater sense of stimulus and if you have a heightened mood, you will probably have better pumps. So if you're lifting and you're feeling good and you take something to help you feel more energized and focused, that can make you feel better, right? But that's associative relationship. That's not causal. So that's another important thing right there. Phrasing and semantics is, maybe somewhat important and stuff. Somewhat. BCAA is very good, it says. They have leucine. And, yeah. No, it's true. I mean, for the most part, you get BCAAs from eating enough food. Usually about, if you're getting like 10 to 15 grams, generally by food per day, then you're getting enough, maybe even more than enough BCAA. But you can still get that placebo effect from, you know, that BCAA powder. And also because they put a lot of B12 in it, and the fruity flavored ones, they put vitamin C in them as well. And a little bit of sodium and potassium as electrolytes, because, you know, sodium and potassium are the primary electrolytes that the body needs to survive and to help maintain healthy general blood pressure and cholesterol levels. So, you know, BCAA can be good in that sense. But I would hardly call it essential. It's just more of a nice to have. Like, you can use it as a treat if you want. You can treat yourself to it. Rather than be like, oh, I must take BCAA. Because if you're eating enough, then you're going to get enough branched chain amino acids anyway. Salt is unhealthy if it's too much. That doesn't affect the majority of the population. Salt's a very important electrolyte. And low sodium diets are not only heavily risked or heavily associated with having, with having lower electrolyte counts, right? But it also has negative neurological effects too. So it's definitely important to get enough of it. Most people don't really need less sodium per se. A lot of the time it's just less sodium dense food, which is often very high calorie dense food. Plus also nutritionally void, to say the least. And void as in lacking. Like when they're eating McDonald's or any kind of takeout 3-4 times a day. Plus, that's just generally quite expensive. You know, those quote-unquote value meals and deals and menus is not nearly as much of a value as you might think. How much salt? Well, you figure the dietary recommendation is at least 2 grams. In fact, the more physically active you are and the more hydration demanding you are, the more you probably need on top of that. But I would consult with a qualified medical professional about that one specifically, because that can vary from individual to individual. And those kind of recommendations are generally based on sedentary individuals. Sedentary individuals with a moderate nutrition consumption, rather than saying the population must do this. Yeah, it's pretty uneventful up here. This is what I mean, like they dragged me up here and it was pointless. Well, not completely, because we have another order towards the count, and you know, I guess we made a few dollars. I don't know. One way to look at it. Silver lining to everything, so they say. Well, when I mean so they say, it's usually me telling myself that too. All right, I did find a route that I'm going to take. I was going to go directly to Garden Street, but I don't think I'm going to get anything over there, so I'm just going to take one of these back roads. Start making my way back towards my area. Wow, it's already 7 o'clock. Damn, it's already 7 o'clock. Yeah, I've been out here for a while. Slight wage with that. But it's okay, because I did choose to do it, right? And I chose to continue this challenge, and I'm going to keep choosing to do it until I can. Jesus, homie. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Shit.
A little consideration, man. What did I do to you? Anyway, I digress. Yeah, like, I'm not necessarily going to title my live streams about some of these questions and conversations that I want my fellow Dashers to have with me, or just people in general. But I think I'll add a specific question, and maybe for the answers, put like explain why or something like that to really generate that conversation. And I'm not even saying it's got to be the whole stream either, although it might be. You never know. But I do genuinely want to know people's thoughts, like especially my fellow gig workers, right? I genuinely want to know what they really feel and what they really want out of gig work, rather than just rather than just watching people deliver stuff and getting paid. Right? I want to try to generate more of that conversation if possible. I definitely think we can get somewhere with that stuff, because this could also help quite a bit with future videos. If I want to sit down behind the camera and put together an amalgamation of frames and pictures and colors and voiceovers, conveying my general thoughts about these topics. And I would even say I would want to generate some of these questions geared directly to non-gig workers as well. Because you figure a lot of them are using services like DoorDash to get their groceries, their takeout, whatever it is that they're able to order through DoorDash. I'd also like to get their 2 cents on the conversation too. Because I also don't want to turn things into an echo chamber, right? There's a lot of echo chambers in the gig community. You got the no tip, no trip echo chamber, and you've got the platinum and only platinum echo chamber, which is coming from me as someone that does platinum. You've got all kinds of, you've got the bikes are not viable echo chamber, and then you've got a lot of echo chambers in the gig community, and I don't want us becoming like that either. I like to look at things from a nuanced point of view, but I would definitely like to stir up more of that kind of conversation in the form of placing a poll, some kind of question to a poll, and just having us talk more about that, Hey Nana, how you doing? Good to see you. We DoorDash dragged us all the way up here to get a Dollar General order. It was about 7 miles from the house, but it's okay. We made a few bucks, and we're 67 more orders to go. And now we're just gonna see which of these merchants, if any, send us an offer. I don't want to end off on a whimper, I'd like to see if we can at least get closer to that $100 goal tonight, but we'll see. You made the thing? Okay, well, I'll have to take a look at that. Did you post it on the channel? Whatever the thing is? Let me see. Oh, you did make a thing. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna pull over on the street. Mr. Worldwide's gonna pull over on the street. And I'm not saying that the streams have to 100% be super serious about everything either, but you never know. Anyway. 1, 2, 3 into the boat. Let's see, Snoop Doggy Dogg. To the D, to the O, to the double O, G. Yeah. Oh my God. Wow. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna share that. That's funny. Let's see. Tony says, oh yeah, on a different video. 10-cent tip is more disgraceful than not tipping at all. AKR. Yeah, it's just a funny shit post. I think shit posts are funny. That's just me. I've seen so many people get offended and be like, oh, look at this. They're like promoting such and such and we should report it and get them canceled. And it's like, dude, it's just a joke. Who cares? You know? Especially if the person in question finds it funny. Like, I've seen myself in shit posts before. And I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. Like, I think this is funny, for example. Yeah, let me post it. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, they finally sent me another order. All right, here we go. I shared the clip. You guys check that out. Becoming a YouTube star. See, you're becoming a YouTube star when you're starting to get clipped for shit posts. I think it's funny. Oh my God. They're sending me back to the same goddamn Dollar General. All right, let's do it. 425, 2.5 miles. Let's go. Jeez Louise, man. I had a feeling this was going to happen, right? But hey, we got more orders for the count. Let me add that in the chat, and we'll keep on going. We'll take it from there. There we go. Nice. All right, let's keep on going, ladies and gents. Yeah, it's only 3 items. I'll probably keep you guys outside while I work on it. We'll see. But yeah, I think shit posts are funny. That's just me. Let's see. Are you vegetarian? I'm thinking of going vegan because that makes sense regarding ethics and morality. Sorry, maybe a deep topic, so I won't go into more here. Okay, I guess they weren't turning. Well, so the thing is, Clown Spirit, is that in online ethical circles, communities, debates, I don't really know what veganism is anymore, right? I'm going to be flat out honest. I don't really know what it is anymore. I have a general idea what it's supposed to stand for, but how to actually define it, I don't really know how to define it anymore. Because there's a constant battle about what it should be. Like, what should it represent? What should it mean? You know, is it a diet? Is it the definition based on Leslie Cross? Is it more modern definitions where it's about some kind of defined rights code for animals? What is it? You know what I mean? I don't really know what it is anymore. So, depending on who you ask, I either am or I'm not, I guess. But I will say I am vegan, and consumed a plant-based diet for years now, right? Because of, you know, the general ethics aspect for sure. But, you know, it's also just generally healthier, and plant-based dietary groups tend to do quite well in randomized control trials. And a lot of the ones where the researchers make caveats about certain things like vitamin B12, vitamin D, magnesium, stuff like that, you can already get that in food. And if you can't get it in food, you can get it from supplementation. And supplementation is generally recommended for the general population anyway, given the fact that millions of people have at least one of those kind of deficiencies in any of the aforementioned nutrients that, you know, any of the aforementioned nutrients. It's not millions per, but it's millions on the whole. So, like, they say upwards of like 2 billion people have a vitamin D deficiency, in spite of the fact that a lot of people eat food that is fortified with vitamin D. So what does that mean? Not only on top of that, but even if you're getting enough sunlight, that doesn't always mean you're getting enough vitamin D. So what do? Take vitamin D supplement. And B12 comes from the microbacteria from soil, right? That's another important distinction there too. So when people say like, oh, you get it from meat or whatever, it's like, no, that's not true. You get it from the microbacteria that forms in soil of the plants that the animal consumes. The animal's flesh is just a filter. You can just take the B12 directly, or you can take some kind of fortified food that contains B12, like nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is a great example of that. Plus, they have all kinds of supplements, even if they're not pills, that have B12 in them. So they also have injections if you have some kind of issues with digestion and usage of B12, or should I say metabolism of B12. So you could just do that as well. Although they tend to be fairly expensive. And I don't know if they're always covered under insurance anyway. So, something to look into with your healthcare provider and a qualified medical professional. How to get a ton of magnesium? Usually fatty fruit, some kind of whole grain. Those are pretty easy ways to get a lot of magnesium. You could also get a pretty decent amount of that from wheat germ. I like putting wheat germ in my cereal in the morning because taste-wise and texture-wise, it blends right in with the cereal. Plus, it's got a ton of other nutritional compounds in it as well, like manganese, vitamin A, vitamin E, protein, fiber. So, and it's also cheap. You can get like a 3-week supply for less than $5 USD from Walmart. Which I got to stock up on some tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to do some shopping. Okay. Pardon me. Thanks. Tom Cruise. Hello. Welcome back, Tom Cruise. Brad won't answer my calls. Just wanted to know if he was here. I haven't seen Brad Pitt yet, so I don't know. You'll have to talk to him. Ow! You'll have to talk to him yourself if you see him here. He does pop in sometimes. Hey, Paul. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. We are on our way back to the 4th Dollar General in my area because DoorDash dragged me out this way instead of any of the 3 Dollar Generals that are closer to me, because of course they do that. But on the bright side, it's not a total waste. At least we're making a few bucks from it, and we are 66 orders out of 100 to get to that perfect acceptance rate on DoorDash, where we are making history on our journeyiest of journeys to become the first documented bike dasher to have a perfect acceptance rate. and one of the few dashes at all to have a perfect acceptance rate. I don't even know any other dashes that have that. So I'm not going to outright claim that I'll be the first dasher, period, to do that, but I know I'll be one of the very only ones, like one of the only ones out there that will have that. Now, whether or not I want to maintain that, that's debatable, but we'll cross that bridge once I get there. At the very least, I'm giving myself something that I consider worthwhile and meaningful to work towards. And then figuring out what is the next goal, like what is the next pursuit in my bike dashing career, you know? Because I figure one of the ways that helps me feel best about myself with this kind of work is giving myself something to work towards. Rather than just, oh, well, let me make the same old $60 on a Monday or the same old $100 on a Friday. You know, I'm trying to think a little beyond that, you know? And I'm starting to see more dashes doing that as well. Not to take credit for everything, obviously, but I am seeing more dashes operate similarly as well, where they're giving themselves a different thing, a different goal or objective to work towards. Because, well, we got to figure stuff out, right? The landscape of gig work is always shifting, right? Gig work's like tectonic plates. It's always changing. And we got to change with it. I mean, you never know. Like, 5 years from now, I could find myself cherry picking because that may suddenly be the best thing to do. I'm not saying that's likely, but I'm hypothetically speaking. Ulf is here with that British short hair. Pumpkin seeds, quinoa, very good for magnesium. Yep, that's true too. That is true. You could definitely get a good amount of magnesium from like tree nuts, seeds, beans, legumes, some kind of whole grain, some kind of fatty fruit. Usually pretty good in that stuff, like olives or avocados. Okay, so I'm going to keep you guys out here for just a little bit. Will I ever do a Trump impression? I'll get back to you on that one. But for right now, Mr. Whirlwind. Yeah, I'm going to keep you guys out here. I'll be back out in just a bit. Quinoa have more nutrients than white rice. Well, yeah, white rice, they stripped the bran from it, and then they got to refortify it. That's not inherently bad, by the way. It just makes it easier to digest and break down for energy. So, again, you know, important nuances like that with, you know, what isn't healthy, what's healthier, what's, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, we went to. No, we're at Dollar General, Ellie. I guess someone brought their dog with them or something. I don't know. If I had to guess, probably not a service animal. You know, Lucy's a service animal. I mean, if we're going to be honest, though, I think the number one reason why my landlord got Lucy the service animal thing is just so Lucy can go to Lowe's and pick out toys.
Hey, man, he DoorDashed on the e-bike.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
How fast that thing rolls?
This one gets up to 20 miles an hour.
Shit, he can be anywhere like a faster than a car, really.
My other one gets up to 30.
He can be anywhere faster than a car, really, when you dart in and out.
Yeah, especially sidewalks.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the way to do it, man. You save the freaking money and fuel and shit.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, man, that needs to get back.
Drive safe.
Yeah, be safe, brother. Be safe.
Will do. Oh, circus dog. Oh no, not that. That's bad juju. On my way with your order. Like, I know that circuses can be a spectacle. Like, you know, they can look visually cool, but you know, the amount of like abuse those animals got to endure, and they have no real say in any of it, right? You know, they're not given a choice, and I don't really like that. But what do I know? I've had people say, "You're just a plant-based utilitarian welfarist. What the hell do you know, Mr. Worldwide? What the hell do you know?" I guess we gotta keep going straight ahead. Mike, that single issue campaign. Mike, the single issue campaign dasher. Yeah, it's stupid. You know, it's like when it comes to those particular topics, I think single issue campaigns can make for a great segue towards the greater picture, right? No matter how you start the conversation, whether or not it really comes down to whether or not the opportunity presents itself and do you take it, you know? Ah, god damn it, you're blocking my path. Can I go around you? You know, maybe not block my path next time, please and thank you. Appreciate that. I digress. Yeah. Ow. If. Just read some Leslie Cross and everything works. Hey, maybe. I mean, after all, the Lord and Savior, the true definition of veganism. You know, still waiting on that Trump impression. I think I gotta practice it. That's really what it is. I'll get back to you on that. Then you won't get the Dion's on your back. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I can't please everyone, man. You know, they feel how they feel. They're allowed to believe in whatever they want to believe. I also have the right to strongly disagree with how they treat people. You know, it's like the whole freedom of expression goes both ways, right? They're allowed to express their disdain towards certain kinds of advocacy or certain definitions, and I'm allowed to be like, well, I think you are full of poopy doopy. So, yeah. It's like, you can practice your freedom of expression with that. I can practice my freedom of expression against that. That sounds like you're deflecting, rather than actually embracing the the teachings of Leslie Cross and the Church of Jesus Christ and David Arenas Latter-day Saints? Maybe. Looks like Ellie's got to get going. All right. Good night, Ellie. Mr. Worldwide says good night. Take care, Ellie. David can watch your channel and chat here if he's. Well, he's not gonna be polite. We know that, Ulf. He will never be polite. Politeness? Oh, please. Is he allowed to chat here? I'll give him 15 seconds. Right? I'll give him his 15 seconds. And if that's all it is, then, you know, I bet a lot of people would just be like, ban this guy, ban this guy, ban this guy. They'll be like, all right, well, I'll do this for you, the people. And ban him. But honestly, he'll never come here. He'll never come here, right? I already drew the line in the sand with that stuff. And that's probably the most powerful thing against someone like David Arenas and AJ and whatnot, is to just not give a shit. Right? You can't get under someone's skin who doesn't give a crap. Or has no fucks left to give. Like me. But I digress. I'll be right back. Okay. It's another $4.50. Oh, finally. Okay, this order's a lot better. 7:45, 4 miles, 2 items. It's taking us back south. Sort of. So, let's do it. Thank God, let's get the hell out of here. I'm tired of being up this area. See, this is why I probably won't maintain that 100% acceptance rate for the long term, I don't think, because I hate being dragged up this area. It's just spending a lot of miles, you know, when I can otherwise just maybe decline and get something closer. But I digress. Don't ever rule out falling in. Well, I never did. It's just not something I've been actively pursuing. You're a group thinker who's fooled by Dr. Avi, one of them said. See, that tells me how ignorant they are. I don't even like Dr. Avi. Right? Him and I have very, very different opinions about certain P-word beliefs. We'll just say P-word beliefs. But also how he treats people. You know? And he's got, I don't like his debate tactics either. Right? Like, he's going to complain, like, he's done this to Harry. He's going to complain about the quote-unquote opponent that he's trying to own about mischaracterizing his position, when oftentimes they use expressions and wordings and phrases that no one understands unless you're like a Discord debate bro. It's like people just don't know what the hell you're trying to say, but you're going to word it in such a way to be like, to make them say something dumb that they don't actually believe. I notice that a lot with those discussions. And for them to say that I was just brainwashed by them is, they don't fucking know it. They don't know a goddamn thing. They don't know a goddamn thing. I don't even like him either. I like very few people in that community. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how few people I actually like from that community. I still think the whole community is kind of fucking doomed. in a lot of ways, but at least they banded together against David Arenas and his schmucks. I'll grant that. I've actually kind of somewhat fallen for the whole ISO Mazer type way of thinking with that particular group. Kind of, but not entirely. But I don't really like him either, so I'm only going to say in that context, but I digress. You like some of VG? Does he say some stuff I agree with? Yeah, but do I like VG on the whole? No, I don't. Him being a sociopath is, that's a hard boundary to cross. That's a hard thing to forgive. I don't have sociopathic thoughts or tendencies towards people. Even if I don't like people, I still don't think like that. No, don't even worry about that part. I don't necessarily... His Eisel, so E-I-S-E-L, Mazard, M-A-Z-A-R-D. That's what I'm referring to. Aside from the fact that he barely has any hope for that particular community, which I kind of feel similarly with the way things have been going, that's about the only thing I outright agree with him on. Other than that, I don't like him either. That's what a lot of it comes down to. I just don't like most people that represent that community. I just don't. Right? I'm gonna be straight up about it. I just don't. That's why I'm not invested in it. I'm not invested in that community because there's barely anyone that I truly like out of it. And some of the people that I do like are woefully misguided. Like Chip from Vegan Power Lab. I think he's woefully misguided because he's surrounded himself with a lot of the same people that think just like David. They're just not as abrasive as him. He used to pride himself, he used to call himself a threshold deontologist and whatnot, which, don't get me wrong, threshold deontology has problems too, but I found that a hell of a lot more relatable than pure deontology. And, you know, now he's got to like bite bullets and shit. It's like, come on, Chip. You know, he prides himself into, you know, not being a groupthink person, and he's acting groupthink. I don't think he realizes it, because I know that he's trying to appeal, right? He's trying to appeal as many people as he can, continue to grow his audience, and it's working exceptionally well, but I think he's too soft as well. I don't think he's got hard enough boundaries about how he really feels with his particular values with the subject. I think he needs harder boundaries, and I just don't know if that's going to happen. Because I'm not seeing any positive signs of that. I'm just not. I think he needs to start taking some harder stances on some stuff. Not saying he's got to be dogmatic or go in an echo chamber or anything, but if you have relatively hard stances on some stuff, that's a reflection of your values. Right? And you can have a general sense of your values even if sometimes you change your mind on things or if you appreciate nuance and perspective. And I know that he used to pride himself on wanting... Get out of the way! He used to pride himself on that logical consistency too, but he doesn't really act that way sometimes. You know? Again, I'm not saying he's a bad person because of any of that. I actually like Chip, and I want to see better for him in that sense. I want to see him start taking some harder stances on stuff and to really put forth his values so people don't just waltz on his channel and steer him in the direction they want. Right? I think he's kind of a pushover. Right? There's no nicer way to put it. He's a bit of a pushover. And when someone is that much of a pushover like that, it's kind of hard to hold as much respect for that person. because they're also old enough to know better, right? I mean, he's what, maybe a year or two older than you? You know? He's like in his late 30s, right? And he's a bit of a pushover when it comes to those particular values. And here's the thing, you know, it's like when it comes to Trapped in the Matrix's stance on stuff, I actually respect where he's coming from. I just absolutely hated his orientation. And that does matter. The orientation that Trapped in the Matrix presented to everyone, I absolutely despised it. Because he makes the same kind of arguments that could actually argue against even going vegan in the first place. And yet hanging around in these communities trying to tell us what to do. And you're not even living by example, right? He also doesn't lead by example either, right? He just has this stance and he's got these arbitrary boundaries for it. You know, like, he gives exceptions to, I think, obesity or other particular sports that aren't specifically bodybuilding to consume added crops, which may or may not cause disutility in the form of crop deaths. He had no symmetry breaker for any of that, which is just being intellectually dishonest when you still continue to hold that stance, you know? He still continued to hold the stance of, like, oh, specifically bodybuilding, only making very half-hearted concessions to, oh, well, I guess Olympic swimmers and whatnot, too. And then, like, all right, well, what about the medically obese, then? What about them? It's like, oh, but that's a mental illness. It's like, okay, so the mentally ill are exempt. So where do you break symmetry from that point on? You know? When is obesity mental illness and when is it not? And if it's not, would you hold it against them? By the way, I'm not making any hard claims. I'm just asking questions hypothetically about this topic, right? So I'm not saying that obese people are mentally ill, so please don't take it that way. I'm just presenting pushback towards this particular topic. And for anyone that doesn't know, it's okay. You don't have to know. This is about beef that we've had with some other people in different communities before. But my buddy Wolf and I, and Kane, if he's still here, we know of that stuff. But yeah, I just did not appreciate the intellectual dishonesty at display, and he had a lot of those same debate bro tactics when it came to moving the goalpost, I guess. He did a lot of that with his arguments. Necessarily the fact that crop deaths are a non-factor. It isn't necessarily that they shouldn't be taken into moral consideration as someone that has some kind of moral principles for animals and stuff like that. But it's being able to talk about those types, you know, being able to have those conversations with civil discourse, which he simply did not have. He was basically preaching at you what we should and shouldn't do, and lying and misconstruing about things you would say and misrepresenting what you stand for. I hated that too. He said I'm a bodybuilder. It's like, I'm not a fucking bodybuilder. And when is someone a bodybuilder and when is someone not? And when I asked him that, same goddamn thing. He still wouldn't have an actual answer for that. One of the only half-hearted concessions is that if it's a job. And it's like, oh, gee, it's almost as if a lot of them are aspiring to do that as a job. You know what I mean? It's stupid. So yeah, those are all kinds of problems I had. Anyway, road closed, but that's okay. We can go right around it. The sidewalk's not closed. Ow. Hey, Ellie, good to see you. And it looks like Ulf's heading out. Good night, buddy. Good to see you, too. Pardon me. Thanks. Yeah, it says road closed, but sidewalks are not the road, so you can't start with as a job. Got to start somewhere. Yeah, exactly, right? You figure, and here's the honest truth too: these bodybuilders that compete to get their pro card at some kind of federation, and then compete to potentially get a paycheck, maybe a sponsor. It's a lot of paying to play. It's a lot of paying to play. Plus, you also have to consider the diets and supplement regimens that also need to be financially accounted for. So yeah, it's a lot of paying to play just to potentially pick up a paycheck, maybe a sponsor. But that's something that people are willing to do if it means that they're able to do the thing that they have some kind of passion for, that they can potentially make a living off of. You know, and then you got to break down the semantics of what is and isn't a job. Because there's all kinds of arbitrary standards of what is and isn't a job. Like, a ton of people will say that DoorDash is not a real job. But a job is often described as performing a task or a project in exchange for currency. DoorDash does that. So, therefore, DoorDash is a real job, right? But, you know, people will say, get a real job. Say, all right, well, what's a real job then? You know? And then you don't have an actual standard for that. You're just kind of pissed off at your driver because, for whatever reason. You know, because raisins and things and stuff. Because, again, the whole tying things back to DoorDash, I totally understand the arbitrary obligation of a customer having to tip a driver and figuring out whether or not that is an obligation at all, whether or not that's something a customer must do, and who is to pay the driver, and what are the driver and the consumers to do if the system itself doesn't change, and do we just wait around? Is that even something we want, you know? So I know I kind of steered the subject a little bit there just now, but holy shit. Slow the fuck down. I don't want to get hit. Shit. Oh my god. If only you saw that. God damn. These people racing around the roundabouts, dude. Drives me nuts. Alright, good night, Ulf. I already said good night. Get out of here. Good night. Get some sleep. Appreciate having you, bud. But yeah, I'll definitely think more on that, the kind of questions I want to ask to the chat on a regular basis about DoorDash and, you know, our expectations for gig work. What do we want out of gig work? Are we willing to make compromises if it means we can get certain things we don't get or don't get enough of? Responsibility of the consumer or lack thereof, you know. Hey, Nicole, how you doing? I was given a lot of food for thought about some questions I'd like to ask you guys that can help stir up some interesting conversation moving forward. Regarding gig work, you know, where drivers lie, where the consumer lies, who has a say in what, you know, what is our general satisfaction rate or lack thereof with this line of work, you know, what does it mean to be your own boss, and is that actually as good of a thing as it's propped up to be? The responsibilities that come with being your own boss, which is just basically saying being your own employer, being your own bottom line. Tipping culture, because I know that's a very contentious topic, right? Tipping culture, oh, it's out of control in the U.S., in the United States, and whatever, you know? And all that. So, if that's something that, if those are the kind of conversations that you guys are interested in participating in moving forward, then I'll definitely make more of a point of that with the live streams. as we continue to evolve the channel. Because I think these are topics that are worth discussing. And maybe that's the kind of stuff we need to help lead towards whatever change that the consumer and the driver wants to see, you know? Because I definitely sympathize with the consumers for, you know, the upmarking of prices. And I do. Yeah, I do DoorDash. I'm actually on my way to doing a DoorDash right now.
What is it? What restaurant?
It's a Winn-Dixie order. So you can do like shopping orders, you can pick up prescriptions.
How fast does that go?
This one gets up to 20. My other one goes faster, but I kind of felt like cruising with this one tonight.
That thing is not heavy.
Not really. It gets heavy if you put a lot of stuff in it, but otherwise it's
Can I
manageable.
see in it?
Yeah, hold on. It usually has a shelf inside of it, but I took the shelf out because I never use it. But otherwise, it's got some cup holders on the side. So if I drop it all the way down, I bet you could probably fit in there.
No.
Not saying I would do that, but you know what I mean. So yeah, pretty big bag, huh?
Wait, where are you going? Like, are you just going?
Yeah, I'm heading to Winn-Dixie right now. It's an order with like 2 items on it.
Wait, are you live on TikTok?
I'm actually live on YouTube. If you want to check me out, it's Mike the Bike Dasher.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, let me...
Yeah, if you got a phone, I can type it in for you.
Mike the Bike Dasher?
Yeah.
Is there any, like, capitals?
I don't think it matters if you put capitals or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mike the Dasher.
Mike the Bike Dasher.
Oh, Mike the Bike Dasher.
Yeah.
Mike. Is there any spaces?
Yeah, there's spaces.
Mike. No.
So that's me right there.
Right here.
So there you go.
Dasher. Subscribe videos.
Yeah, feel free to watch.
Which one? That one?
Yeah, that's the one I'm working on right now.
Alright, I'll join that in a second.
Cool. Yeah, that's the one I'm working on
There.
Ah, look at that. You're watching me. Cool. All right. Nice to meet you guys. My name's Mike.
All right.
Mike the Bike Dasher.
Hey, are we allowed to, like, follow you a little bit?
Nice to meet you guys. Mike the Bike Dasher. I mean, I got to focus on my stream and the work, but I don't know. But anyway, I'm off. Yeah. Let's see, what do we got? Nicole says, "Oh, too cute." Yeah, it is pretty cool. Now let's see. Looks like LZ's in the chat. What's up, dude? Well. Looks like you got some fans. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, it's cool, man. Alright, so we gotta make a right. Yeah, I'm gonna move this lane. There we go. Hey, take care. Will do. And let's see, it looks like Buddy Dean's in the chat. How you doing, Dean? Tapping back to the hustle. Yeah. The first 2 orders I did, they were at the 4th Dollar General, North Titusville, man. You know, you figure there's the Dollar General on Cheney Highway where I could have gotten a Dollar General order. There's even the one on Harrison Street, and heck, even the one on Garden Street. Those are all closer, but now they sent me to the 4th one. Of course they're going to send me to the 4th one. Why wouldn't they do that? You know, but it's all good. But yeah, I did get 2 orders from there, and now they're dragging me back to Winn-Dixie down here. But I actually don't mind, because it's been a slow night, I'm not going to lie. But that's okay, because we are within that threshold of my weekly goal, so we still had an overall successful week, I would say. He about to go spread the word that he met a YouTuber. Man, yeah, that's cool, dude. I mean, I think you guys are seeing like at least a couple people, at least several people a week that I'm talking about my YouTube channel to. I definitely gotta make some promotional stuff. I'll work on it gradually. I just haven't really... I'm trying not to focus on too much at once, you know? The whole streamlining to one primary goal has helped a lot with staying focused on the current stage that we're in with this channel, you know? That's why, like, you haven't seen really a ton of stuff beyond the usual dashing, especially live streamings. Mainly because I gotta stay focused. If I don't, then I'm not gonna get there, or it's gonna take longer. So we're just sort of tunnel vision ahead. But that seems to be working just fine right now, you know? Especially since got a ton of yous regularly tuning in on my channel. We're still getting more and more new people following me as well. So, tech and dope, man. Hey, Jack, how you doing? Let's see. Trenton, we were on e-bike. We saw you. We joined your live. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's going on, guys? Cool beans. You know, some pretty cool bikes you got there. Just ride responsibly. And if you're going to ride at night, just make sure you got some lights. That way the cops don't give you any trouble over it. And, yeah, there you go. 100% AR and the watch hours. Yeah, pretty much. And plus making a few bucks along the way. It's got to count for something, right? But I digress. Let's see. Yeah, that was shipped, but that offer wasn't very good, so. We got a Winn-Dixie order. And don't know what that was. Hey, Clayton. Okay. Dean says, we do this for money? Yeah, right. So they say. What are you guys doing? Are you guys going anywhere or anything? I mean, I see your windows open. I know you can hear me. All right, thanks. I was waiting for a response. Yeah, let's see. What do we got? Looks like my buddy Detroit's here, too. Oh, no. Detroit's got another flat. Oh, that sucks, man. Ugh. Yeah, you got to watch that video I made, how to change bike tires. Less than 3 minutes. I'm going to help you a ton, man. Save you a lot of money. The bike guy in my area, he charges like $50 just to do that. It's like, hey, why do that? You buy some patches, you learn how to change a wheel. Save you a lot of money that way. But anyway, I'm going to keep you guys out here for just a little bit. This order's only got 2 items, a couple things of popcorn. So, this will be quick. All right. Let's see. Trenton asks, how much longer will you be live? Till I'm ready to go back home. I figure I've been live streaming about 2 hours now. And if I get any more orders, maybe I'll stay out a little longer. Otherwise, it's been a pretty mediocre night, gotta say. Well, we'll play it by ear. Anyway, I'm gonna get these items real quick, and I'll be right back. So just hold the fort and enjoy the view of the palm trees. Baby, please.
لكن نفوت معاي الدنيا هناك. هذا بيقفلوني.
Alright, just got the order, guys. And Gate Smasher says, what's up? How you doing, Gate Smasher? Good to see you, man. She say you don't get corn. Corn? Like popcorn? Like this? But yeah, this order is only $2 of popcorn, so I'm gonna run over to the customer's place, get this dropped off, and maybe we'll get something else. I don't know. Yeah, let's see where we gotta go. I've gotta go to Windover Oaks. On my way with your order. There we go. Yeah, cool beans. Let's see. How you doing, Sonny? Good to see you. Gate Smasher says positive vibes. Yeah, certainly. It could also get productive vibes too sometimes. Like earlier, I was kind of like proposing a lot of conversational ideas and questions that we can talk about as gig workers and consumers that use gig platforms like DoorDash. So keep an eye out for that stuff. I'll be putting them in like a poll, and then like you guys giving you 2 cents, and we can stir up some nice little civil discourse. Or in my case, civil discorns. Because, you know, I gotta throw a corn pun in there, right? Like Sunny Cornsicles. Good to see you, Sunny. How you doing? Hope you're having a corntastic, sunny Sunday fun day. This evening's pretty slow, not gonna lie. I'm even tempted to go home after this order. But, nevertheless, we've got 65 orders left to go to get to that 100% acceptance rate with DoorDash. You know, Maze. Oh, yes. That stuff is amazing. So hilarious. Okay, looks like we're good. Sweet. Sonny says, I'm great, Mike. Just got home eating din din. Hey, Sonny said the thing. Sonny said din din. I say din din as well. Din din is heckin' dope. That's pretty nice. Eric said he was slow today. Nah. Yeah, I gotta say, the Sunday fun day was maybe a little slow for my liking, but overall, I'm still glad it came out. Still glad it came out, and even though we're not quite making the goal tonight, unless we get like a $30 order. Maybe $30 shopping order. Come on, fingers crossed. We gonna get it? Nah, probably not. Maybe next week, though. But on the whole, I did still make within my goal range for the week. I try to aim for like $500 to $600 a week, and we're right in that range. Actually, we started getting in that range yesterday, so now we're just like cementing that, you know? So, overall, I would say it was a successful week. And I still think that me taking pretty much everything on DoorDash has been helping with that. Because these other apps have been heckin' slow. Aside from the occasional solid order from Grubhub, where we actually did get a pretty good one yesterday. Din Din! Yes, Din Din for the win. a produce stand, Daytona, Vero Beach, Titusville, Port St. John, and Cocoa. Oh, wow. Yeah, way to go, Clayton. And Dean says, plus watch hours. Yes, that is right. Many importantes with watch hours, which is heckin' dope. 2,443 of them, to be exact, as of this morning. We might even hit 2,500 by tomorrow. I know we're supposed to get a pretty big jump in watch hours. So we might even hit 2,500 by tomorrow. And if we can do that, then, I don't know, man. What do you think? Heckin' dope. Many buenos. We're right in the area of the pasta order. So I can drop their order off and take it from there. You're working with your mom in Vero Beach. Oh yeah, Vero Beach, that's pretty far from here. I've been to Vero Beach before. I was going to work in Vero Beach back in 2016, but I actually wound up working in Melbourne instead. It was at Target, because I applied for Target, applied at a bunch of them, and the one that got back to me was the one in Melbourne. So then I wound up working with them for about 4 years before I moved to a sales job at one of the gyms I used to go to, and then I just started doing gig work full time since then. And hey, maybe someday I will be a world famous YouTuber and make money that way. Give me your cash. Okay, I think we're almost here. Which building is this? Building something? I don't know. 229. Okay, it's got to be that building. But I'm guessing it's in the back. Yesterday you made $56 in tips. Wow. Look at you, man. Congratulations. And plus 20 is pay, no one my age, which, yeah, that's amazing, dude. Keep up the good work. That's heckin' dope. Must be the exhaust you're inhaling. Okay, I think we're here. Yes. Second floor. Oh, whoops, daisy. All right, looks like we're here. So I will be right back. Let's drop this off and we'll take it from there. Do. Alrighty, let's get out of here. Okay. Alright, well, yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up for right now. So, this evening's just been quite slow. I did work earlier, so, you know, I didn't quite make my goal today, but I did well enough earlier this week on the whole to make up for that, so it's all good. Okay, customer rating still pretty darn solid. 4.98 out of 5 to be exact. Yeah. I'll take you guys out to go for a walk with Lucy. I'm sort of debating. Actually, yeah, I think I'll start up another stream so I can do that. Yeah, I'll take a look at how much I earned this week. Tally everything up. I'll turn you guys back. Yeah, not quite dark yet, but we're getting those little pink highlights in the sky. That's neat. Definitely like the skies in Florida, man. They can get really pretty. Depends on time of day and well, more like time of week, but still, it's pretty nice here. All right, so what was that? 480, 273, and then we did 1156. That was 13. Doing a little bit of tallying up. Okay. Alright, so overall we made about $70 tonight. So that's definitely on the lower end for a Sunday, but it's okay. Because overall we still did pretty solid. We made our weekly goal. You know, we made within the weekly goal. It looks like we are at... Oh yeah, that's right. I got that $40 cash tip too. I forgot. So that would be. Nah, I gotta get one more order. I'll tell you guys why. Let me just move away from one mower. Yeah, so we're not quitting just yet, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna get one more order. I don't know where exactly we're gonna get it from, but we'll find out, right? But yeah, so we are at $595.91 for the week. And our weekly average, or our weekly goal is 500 to 600. So you know what that means, right? We got to get that last order. If we get an order that is paying more than $4.09, we make above the goal for the week. So let's do it. What do you guys think? I'm thinking we should go for it. Hop in the shower, still see it because it's... Oh, okay, cool beans. Well, thanks for being here and checking out my channel. Jack says, sometimes I see your highlight or headlight and I imagine it's a little UFO. Oh, let's go! They're taking me back up north. Uh-oh. That's a problem. But I gotta do it. Let's do it. Alright, so, yes. We got another order. I gotta head back up north, though. I was just there. But okay. Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. But yeah, it's paying almost $20. It's paying $19 and something cents. Going about 7.5 miles. Why do they keep doing this to me, man? They keep sending me, they send me all the way up there. I'm on a bike. Stop sending me far. But it's okay. We got this. It's going to be worth it, baby. And then after that, I think we got like $10 to go to get to the goal. So I don't know. Maybe we'll stay out. Maybe we'll stay out after all. Wow. But yeah, it is enough to make past our goal for the week. So might as well, man. You know. Plus, we're still getting those watch hours. And I still got enough battery life. Clayton says, so proud of you, Mike. It's good for just dashing around a little scooter. Thanks. And I'm just out there doing my best, you know. That's all there is to it. Alright, let's go, guys and gals and all my favorite pals. Yeah, they want me to take North Washington Avenue, but I'm not going to go that way. That's the long way. I'll take the more direct route. So we're going to follow South Park to Rock Pit Road and take Singleton. That's pretty much the route that we took to get back this way. So we'll just take that route back up there. And who knows, maybe they'll send me another order over that way. You never know. We could actually make that $100 goal tonight, maybe. How's your day going, Jack? You make some money, you chilling? You got hopefully you got a Sunday fun day going on. I usually flip my camera forward so people get the scenery as well. So that's what the people want, that's what the people get. Let's see, Trenton's gonna have dinner. Alright, enjoy, Trenton. Thanks for checking out my channel. Jack says, been delivering all day, kind of burnt out, but you've been busy. So, there you go. At least you're busy. I'd say busyness overall is a good thing. Oh, you going to Royal Sushi? Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I get DoorDash orders from there. Sometimes, not always. Alright. So yeah, let's follow South Park. It's, you know, it's ironic, we're heading north on South Park. Isn't that kind of funny? Where am I going? I'm going to the Winn-Dixie on Singleton, over by Singleton Avenue. That's the one along Dairy Road, North Titusville. That's where they're sending me for this order, so that's where we're going. I can't really pick and choose which places to go. It's with DoorDash, it's a randomized algorithm, so they'll send you an offer based on all kinds of factors. You know, it can be on your location, it can be based on the order types that you are available to get. It can be really any of that stuff, I guess. It could also be based on like the amount of drivers that are online or active drivers in certain areas or lack thereof. Like in this case, they're probably sending me up there because there's no one up there. You know? They generally do that. Like if there's nothing going on down here, but there's something going on up there, they'll usually send me up that way to get an order. So I figure, all right, well, that just means that if we try to get something else down here, we're not going to luck out with anything. So might as well try to score an order, which we did. So yeah, it's a little further than I'd want to go, but it's okay. It'll be worth it. Man, I hate these roads sometimes. Too much debris in the way, you know. Alright, let's get back to Lane Avenue. I wish I was kidding. It's called Lane Avenue. Before you know it, we're going to have Boulevard Road and we're going to have Street Drive or Court Terrace. I digress. Ah, Lane Avenue. Here we are. Got it. Ah. All right, we're good. Okay. Let's keep going, ladies and gents. I hear the crickets chirping. Yeah, it's one thing I like about Florida, man. You hear all the wildlife up here. You hear every little bird chirping, every little frog croaking, every little cricket cricketing, or whatever you call that they do. And more specifically, if you're actually outside, you know, you don't get that same effect if you're, you know, encapsulated around windows and doors and walls of the car. Going quite a bit far. Yeah, sometimes these orders take me pretty far. For the most part, these orders are reasonably close, like, you know, 3 to 5 miles, often less, sometimes 2. But then they send me these kind of orders that take me further out. But it's okay. It's worth it. I've been bike dashing for over 2 years now. I've been doing DoorDash for coming up 5 years in July. Well, not just DoorDash, but line of work in general. So I've definitely gained quite a bit of experience along the way. Now is not the same as it was back in 2020, let me tell you. Night and day difference. And I did work back in 2020 with DoorDash and Shipped. You know, those are the 2 apps I had at the time. I remember Shipped, they used to pay more back then too. Because they used to go by pay ranges. Like an order would pay like $8 to $11 for the base pay, for example, and then you get a tip on top of that. And like the bigger the order, the more payout it had. And then they based it on some kind of effort level calculator. That's what they call it, effort level calculator. So essentially, they determine the amount that they pay and the amount of time that it takes based on quote-unquote effort level, which is, in my market, it's a fixed rate of 16 plus an hour. That sounds good. But if it takes you 30 minutes to do an order, you get paid $8, which is half of 16, you know? So it's definitely higher base pay compared to most of these apps, but, you know, in order to see any real success, you either got to get a tip or you got to stack orders. Preferably both, right? Because that's just kind of how it is. And so, folks, good to see you. How are the Winky Tippies? They're okay. This order is, it's a 37 item stack for 2 customers, but they're taking me to the North Winn-Dixie to get there. You know, they're making me go further than usual for this, and I was just back in that area. I was just up there, and then they dragged me back down here and be like, oh, come back down here, we got something good for you. And then now they're all like, oh no, actually go back up there, we got something even better. The whole gopher thing. But it's okay, because that's going to put us over our $500 to $600 goal for the week. And I think only about like $10, $11 short of 100. So might stay out a tiny bit longer to accomplish that. Or I could just wrap up there. I don't know. Depends. So that is what's going on as of right now. It's also a pro shopper order. So I'm going to get paid a little extra for it compared to if it wasn't. Ow! Ah! Stop! Ew. Okay. Caddyshack. Nice. Yes. Pretty nice. Pretty nice indeed. But yeah, I'm in favor of just getting some stuff done, you know? Sometimes you gotta do that, you know? Sometimes you just gotta take a little bit of time off so you can get some necessities taken care of. You know, laundry, gotta do some grocery shopping, run some errands, things like that. And then off to the races with the other days of the week. Did I see the flea market? I haven't really watched much content. It's I haven't been able to tune in as much with content lately. But yeah, if I think about it, I'll check it out. I just haven't been tuning in as much to... It's more of a time thing. Alright, we're almost... Well, we're not almost there, but we're almost to Singleton, so then I can take Singleton, which will put us halfway there. Ah, come on, don't get on my case about that. I know you're teasing me, folks. Do I like your e-bike? Yeah, you got a cool e-bike, man. Yeah, it looked pretty darn cool. Nana just got home running all day. He did 2 bundle shift orders, babysat my youngest grandbaby for a few hours. Hey, nice. Right on. Hopefully those orders pay pretty good for you. We're working on a Winn-Dixie stack for almost 20 bucks, 37 items. But it's taking me to the North Winn-Dixie. So not the one close to me, the north one. Even though I was just at that Winn-Dixie. Come on, DoorDash, what are you doing? Why do you do this to me? You know? But it's okay. So I figured too, I'm also determining which times of the day and times of the week to come out for work. You know, like what would be my highest likelihood based on this current strategy that we've got going on, you know? So it's like emphasizing the most important ones and being like, all right, well, you know, I could probably take a half day at certain times, whatever. Let's see, join me to get dinner. All right, cool. Did 3 bundles between today and yesterday. Oh, wow, no tip. Well, you know what it is, too? It's like sometimes it takes a little bit for the tip to clear through. Like, I'll do an order that was like a week or 2 prior, and and then finally get a tip for it. I don't know why, but it is what it is. Like when I filmed for, I think it was the most recent video that I put out a couple weeks ago, one of the customers didn't tip at that time, and I would have had to keep putting the video off, you know, so I decided to put it out as it was, and then I made a correction that if I did get a tip, I would put in the pinned comment. And it did turn out they did tip, so then I put it in the pinned comment that they did tip and how much they did. And it actually wound up being a very good tip, so I'll definitely keep that other customer in mind moving forward if I see an order from them again. Very rare. No, that's not true. That depends on your area. Most shipped orders that I get, they do tip. Most of them do. You can't tip up front with shipped, of course, which kind of sucks, but most customers I work with tip afterwards. Not all of them, but oftentimes the tip will be high enough to make up for it. What the heck? Look up ahead. You see that single little light moving up, right? Guy's lights are off. What are you doing, man? It's nighttime. Turn your lights on. Turn your lights on. There you go. Finally. There we go. That's just foolishness, man. It's nighttime. Turn your freaking lights on. You've only got 2 tips, 2 after tips ever. Well, with what platform exactly? What do you mean? That's an important distinction because you know, shipped, you don't get upfront tips on that platform ever. So I don't know if you're talking about DoorDash or shipped or a different app. I also don't know how many orders you've done with those platforms either. With DoorDash? Well, yeah, that's a different story. Right. After service tipping on DoorDash is a lot less common. Mainly because oftentimes they either tip up front to begin with, or they just don't tip at all. You've only ever done DoorDash? Yeah. Yeah, after service tipping on DoorDash is a lot less common compared to either up front or not tipping at all. But shipped, you can't do upfront tips, but most customers on shipped do tip after service. And hey, you know, I got all these pay stubs, and you'll see most of them tip, you know? Not all of them, of course. That's an important distinction, too. Not all of them tip. But enough of them tip, and enough of them tip high enough to make up for it. If they don't tip, the food sits on the shelf here. Yeah, it gets like that here too sometimes. Chipotle will have 5 bags sitting there. And then Jack says, "Hey folks, peace." Positive Poke says, "Hi, Jack." Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, we're just cruising. And then Nana says, "Hey, Jack." Yeah, I definitely gonna take a half day tomorrow. You did 3.5 hour stream. You got 10.3 watch hours. Hey, not too shabby. You You know, that might not seem very impressive right now, but the more people you meet up with, the more those watch hours are going to go up. It just takes time, you know. It takes time, and, you know, you build that consistency and that dependability with your audience. You know, if your audience can count on you for regular output, then they're going to keep tuning in. Now, we also got to be realistic about how often people can actually tune in, you know, plus time of day. But as you're growing your audience, you'll have plenty of people to fill in. Like, you figure our community on this channel in particular, for example, you know, 700 plus subs and growing. I don't expect all 700 people to be here all the time, you know? I figure that a good amount of people and a good amount of the regulars will tune in as often as they can. Because they also have their own jobs, they have their own W-2s, or maybe they just don't want to, they want to do something else. I don't care, it doesn't matter the reason, that's totally fine. The highest live you've got. Well, you'll get there, man. You'll get there. And you figure if you're not doing lives, you're not getting watch hours, you know? Your regular videos only get like 20 watch hours. It just takes time. That's all there really is to it. It just takes time. Yeah, regular videos definitely take more time. I can vouch for that. That's why I don't put them out as much anymore. I definitely have plans for more pre-recorded videos, but I'm gonna realistically wait until more of the financial prospects start rolling in. Just because it is time and effort demanding beyond what I'm already doing. Plus, I need the time to work, right? Time spent editing is time taken away from work. And if I use all my spare time to edit, then guess what? There's no spare time. So, just some considerations. It's important to space them out. To an extent, yeah. I know YouTube likes weekly videos, or weekly content, should I say. Anything beyond that, it really depends. I know, like, some channels, they actually excel for uploading pre-recorded videos daily. Others work a lot better once a week. It really just depends on the resources you have and the niche. Your own ability to put output out. You know, you were doing 2 weeks. Yeah, you got to do more frequently than that. If main videos, right? If pre-recorded videos is your thing, or if you're going to clip from a live stream, you got to upload more than twice a week, or once every 2 weeks. You got to do that at least weekly. If YouTube is, you know, something that you have monetization aspirations for. Otherwise, if YouTube's more of a passion project, then upload whenever you want, you know. It's whatever. And then Dean says, "Gotcha, Nana." And Nana says, "Hi, Dean." That's pretty nice. All right, we're almost at Winn-Dixie. We're basically right here. I just got to cross the street. You do a short a day, longer format, 2 weeks, live stream every day for a bit. If you want pre-recorded videos to gain more traction for your channel, you got to put out more than that. But if you want live streams to be more of your main draw for the channel, then yeah, frequent live streaming is ideal. You're off all summer to build. Yeah, there you go. Right, take that time. You know, take that added spare time that you might have, and just go all in, man. Forget about that 5-year metric, right? That 5-year metric is just based on other people. The way that other people got monetized is not how you'll get monetized. That's not a guarantee. Whatever you do doesn't necessarily have to be what it took for them to pull it off. Like, it's not taking me 5 years to get monetized with this channel. It's taking me less than a year, which is a huge difference. And of course, you guys are helping tremendously to make my YouTube dreams come true with that. You know? So, I digress. Crafting Budgie Mama. Good to see ya. How you doing, Budgie? Budgie Wudgie. We're heading inside doing a DoorDash stack from Winn-Dixie. It's paying almost $20 for 37 items. And, you know, we'll see what happens. It took me further up north than I would have desired, but that's okay. I figure we could probably end the night on this order. Maybe potentially get me something that'll take me south. Although I'm not banking on that. I'll probably just wind up wrapping the stream up after this order. So, we'll see what happens, shall we? Let's see. Budgie says, I'm good, thank you. Hope you are too. Yeah, overall, good day. After I get this order done, too, I'll make past my weekly goal. My weekly goal is $500 to $600. This is going to put us well over 600. So that'll be the second week in a row where I pull it off. So it's like, holy heck, that is heckin' dope. Positive Poke says no cold today. No, he was here earlier. He was here this morning. But it's okay if he's not here all the time. Doesn't matter. Right, there's 730 plus people on this channel, so not every single person has to be here all the time. You figure as this community's getting bigger and bigger, you know, see a ton of regular faces here. Maybe not always at the same time, and that's fine. It's totally fine. It just is what it is, you know. Let's see. Dean says put you close to your 100. Yeah. We are going to be a little below that 100, but we're still going to be over our weekly goal. So, I would still count today as a success. He came through mine the other day. Noise. That's heckin' dope. And yeah, you know, anyone that's got these YouTube goals, monetization goals, you'll get there, man. You know, it's just keep connecting with people. Be consistent, reliable with your output to yourself. Try new things. And you'll get there. You will. Alright, let me turn you guys around for the POV Peachy Cart Cam. Let's go, baby. POV Peachy Cart Cam. Okay. A little better. I know it's a little cockeyed, but I kind of have to have it set up on the bike like that with the way that basket attaches to the bike. We'll just call it a Dutch angle. We'll just go with that. It's a Dutch angle. You can only do your best and you will get there, says Budgie. Instead of saying do your best, I like to say give it all you got. That sounds a lot more uplifting in my opinion. But I get what you're saying. So here we go. I'm going to send the intro text to the customers. And yeah, when I look, this order's not even that big. It looks like a lot of small items for the most part. I think I saw some tomatoes on here too. Some plantains, iceberg. Yeah, like 10 of the items are tomatoes. So, okay. This is very doable. Hard to word things right. No, I got what you were saying. That's just one of my me-isms, I guess. One of my me-isms. I think, looks like B is probably the bigger order. B isn't bigger? Wow, who would have thought about that one? Alright, let's get 10 Roma tomatoes, or some people call them. Plum tomato. Like an arrowhead. It's a little concave. Bad juju. Cool beans. We got the tomatoes. How do you know it's 10? Yeah, it says times 10 items, so I'm just going to assume it's 10 tomatoes. Although 10 tomatoes could also be 10 pounds. You never know. Right, so they want 3 heads of iceberg. Now, we're going to get ahead of things. Oh, I'm so funny. Oh my god. Got the whole squad laughing. Times 3. And then the tomatoes, 4087. Alright, let's weigh it. See how much these tomatoes weigh. It's like 2.5 pounds. Not that bad. Nice. It's heckin' dope. Hey, Colleen, good to see you. We're working on what's probably our last DoorDash of the night. It's an almost $20 stack from Winn-Dixie. 37 items, but 10 of them are tomatoes, so it's not that bad. They took me to the Winn-Dixie that's north from me, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. It'll still overall be worth it, because this is actually putting us above our $500 to $600 goal. Let's see. Let's get the home-style store-bought guacamole, because that's the best way, right? Made from scratch, straight from the store. Then we gotta get some plantains. Gotta maintain the plantain. Oh, look at that. There's 69 cents each. That's pretty nice. Very nice. What is it? 4235. Yeah, a lot of fruits and vegetables with this order. That's pretty nice. And then La Mexicana salsa. It says deli, but it might actually be over here. We're gonna double check. Willie's. No. Chocolate dip. Huh. Interesting. I'll double check the deli, but otherwise I think it might actually be in the dairy section. I know it's like that the window. Ah, here they are. I found it, Mom. I found it. Nice. Oh, the plantains are for the other customer. Hold on. Okay, nice. Keep on going. Let's see. Nana says, "Hi, Colleen." Colleen. Get some buns for them dogs. Only got 11 items to go. That's not each's, but just 11 different items to go. So we're not doing that bad. Okay, it is down this aisle. See where that body armor's at. Oh, there we are. Got it. Yeah, no wonder why they wanted 6 of these. They're BOGO. BOGO. BOGO.
Titusville is busy right now.
Sorry, Titusville. I'm already busy as it is. A big lump of knobs. It has juice. It has the juice. It's corn. Alright, we got, what was it, caramel syrup. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, gotta get some tortillas. so they can have their tacos on a corn tortilla.
I don't think it's this one either. Maybe it is.
It is. They're just hiding in the back. Nice. It's corn, a big lump of knobs. It has the juice. It has the juice. This one actually has the juice too, because it's cream corn. And we got 6 more items to go. Let's get it. Yeah, it looks like they'll be closing here in a little while. You know what I gotta do? I gotta pee. I gotta pee. I'll do that in a bit. It'll only take me a minute. Okay, what's this? Cookie Vermont. Oh. Ow. And Haagen-Dazs. And then we get, I think, of Briars. Strawberry shortcake. There it is. Ow! I got zapped again. Zappy wappies. No bueno, it's bad juju. I think it's definitely bad juju when you get stung like that. Is that little zappy wappies? Good. 2 more items. We got 2 more. We're gonna get them. 2 more. As long as we're getting every item, that will ensure our success. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, I'm so funny. Ha ha, hee hee hoo hoo. Okay, what's next? Ah, that's not it. It's just it's total, but it's a conditioner. Can I get something else instead? Oh, okay, here we go. Avocado. And I think it's safe to say it was quite the miracle that I could get this for the customer. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Alright, I just gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be out. Okay. Hey Kayla, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy weekend to you as well. Hopefully you had a super fantastical Sunday fun day. We did pretty darn good today, I would say. Let's see. Alright, let's wait in line because we just got done with the orders not too long ago. And we'll take it from there. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. I had to subscribe to that Mr. Worldwide. That's funny. Mr. Worldwide.
Well, enter your phone number or scan your rewards card now. Scan items one at a time, placing them in the bagging area after each scan. For items without barcodes, touch the quick lookup rewards account accepted. $6.99. Place $6.49. $6.49. Please wait. $5.99. Credit $1.99. $3.29. $12.99. Credit $1. $4.99. Enter your item. 3. Place your item in the bag. 207. Scan coupon. Your total is 43. Please wait. System processing. Follow the instructions on the pin pad. 469. Please remember to take your receipt and check the coupon printer for any coupons which may be available to you. Thank you for shopping at Winn-Dixie. 21.99. Welcome. Please select your language. Enter your phone number or scan your rewards card now. Scan items one at a time. Rewards account accepted. $2.49. Credit 50 cents. $2.49. Credit 50 cents. $2.49. Credit 50 cents. 7. Place your item in the bagging
I
area.
already placed the item in the bag.
Touch the item to purchase. Move your plum tomatoes to the bag. 6.13. Credit 2.46. 6.19. Credit $1. 6.19. Credit $1. $4.99. 3.29. 2.49. Credit 50 cents. 2.99. Credit 49 cents.
Yeah, oh, I like that.
$1.99. $1.99.
Yes, ma'am.
$5.79.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
$2. Well, 6. Please enter your phone number or scan your rewards card now. Enter phone number. $1.99. $1.99. $1.99. Accepted. $1.99. Place your item in the bag. $1.99. $1.99. $4.99. $3.99. $4.99. Credit 1.12. Enter phone number 79. Credit 1.12. Rewards account. Scan your total. Please wait. System processing.
Follow the instructions on the pin pad.
Touch the continue button if finished. 3.59. Credit. Your total is 93.49. Please select the payment. 3.49. Please remember to take your receipt and check the coupon counter.
Yeah. It's nice to get a little laugh out of people. I'm sure you guys know I've been doing this stuff for way too long, man. The fact that I remember like all these self-checkout prompts at Winn-Dixie, it's ingrained in my soul. I'll have a dream one day, and I'll be waking up, be like, "Please wait, system processing. Follow the instructions on the pin pad." Hey Corey, how you doing, buddy? We're wrapping up our last order for the night. It's going to put us a little below $100, but that's okay. It's paying almost $20. It's a stack at the North Winn-Dixie, so not the one close to me. It's the one north of me. But it's going to put us well over $600 for the week. So we just made past our goal for the week. And the best part too, Corey, this is our second week in a row doing it. You know, ever since we started our journeyest of journeys to that 100% AR. You know, it's like, yeah, not all these orders are great, but if the overall money I'm making is better, and I'm making more over money, then hey, why not? Might as well keep going. Might as well keep going. And let's see. Nice. Hope you're getting closer to 100. Oh, yeah, I think we got 64? 60. I think we got like 64, 63 orders to go. So we're getting there day by day. Network permitting, of course. Assuming they don't pull any poopy doopies with me. Because that would be, that'd be some bad juju. Me no likey bad juju. That's no bueno. Very no bueno. Many no buenos indeed. I'm sure you can know. I'm sure you can relate to that. Bad juju. Let's be almost halfway there. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. With the heck and dope. That's a whole lot of heck and dopes. In fact, we're getting there. I'm too lazy to put this back. Sorry. I do it most of the time. But me gots to go. I gots to go, so the money in the bank gots to grow. How was your Sunday fun day today, Corey? Were you out working, chilling for the day? Chilling, grilling, illing like a villain? Okay, just gotta put the bag on, and then we can get the heck out of here. Yeah, this bag's not going to be that heavy. I've definitely dealt with worse. Okay. It's not that heavy. It basically feels like having a case pack and maybe a loaf of bread on my back, which means no biggie wiggy. Ain't nothing like a Biggie Smalls. Biggie Smalls with some big overalls. I don't know. All right, proceed. Where are we going to next? Okay, we're going to drop off the first customer, the big one. On my way with your order. Yeah, I wonder how much further this other order is going to take me. Damn, that's taking me up by Mims. Poopy doopy. Oh well, maybe they can take me south. Maybe, baby. Ah, let's get it. Either way, we got a job to do. We're gonna get it, y'all. We're gonna get it. I'd like to make myself believe that DoorDash will pay me. Alright, let's keep on going. Do. Holy heck, it is dark. Why is it so dark out here? Poopy frickin' doopy, man. Me not like it being so dark. Ow! Out here. See, like, I know prison makes it look even darker than it actually is, but it actually is pretty dark down the street. It's like, bro, do you even street lights? Do you even street lights, bro? Yeah. Okay. Let's take the main road. The roadiest of roads. Hey, well, welcome back, Sonny. We're dropping off our last DoorDashers for the night, and we did just enough today to make past our $600 that I was trying to aim for. You know, my weekly goal is like $500 to $600, and after I get this dropped off, we'll be around like $614, $615. So that's the second week in a row doing this whole thing where we're making more money. Because when I started, it was on May 1st, right? So that wasn't a full week of me being able to cash in on this whole, you know, taking more orders and seeing what happens, you know, if we make more money or not. But this is the second full week that we're doing it. And yeah, second week in a row where we're making past our weekly goal. So I think we're on to something here. Plus, we're writing history, man. How many bike dashers have a 99% AR working towards 100, you know? How many? How many dashes in general? So we're making history out here. I don't know if I want to keep taking 100%, but I definitely want to get there. Just to see, you know, just to show that I did it, that I could do it, that I would do it. And then seeing whether or not that's the best general direction to take. I don't know. And then Yvonne says, "Hi, Sonny." That's pretty nice. I gotta admit, though, these streets are pretty dark. I don't like that. That's no bueno. Put some street lights on. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Yvonne says, "Happy for you, Mike." And Sonny says, "This has to be something special." Yeah, I think so. You know, none of this is done in vain, right? It's giving you something. It's giving you guys yet another thing, another journeyest of journeys to be invested in with me. And, you know, just seeing what kind of strategies are going to work and, you know, what kind of room for improvement, what kind of tweaking, if possible. You never know. All right, whoever's behind me, go around. Go around. They're not going to go around. Go around. Come on. There you go. Yeah, there's no street lights here, man. What the heck? I mean, I can see okay, but I don't want to take the street after I drop this off. No way, Jose. Fun to be on the journey with you. Thanks, Sonny. Appreciate that, guy. I appreciate that, guys. You are heckin' dope. Super many heckin' dopes indeed. Yay!
Yeah, a street light! Hooray! Hey, there's another one, guys!
I guess Titusville is running behind with their electric bill. That must explain why there's barely any street lights on. Me no likey that. It's bad juju. Gives me bad juju vibes. You don't know who's lurking in the darkness. Another street light. Yay! We're getting close. We're over halfway there. Man, they are taking me out, man. They are taking me out with this with these orders. They're taking me out. I mean, if you're gonna be taking me out like this, you know, at least get me some dinner, you know? But I don't know. But yeah, this is paying $19.70. I mean, the amount of time we spent on it, not too bad, relatively speaking. And we got another car coming up. Alright, I hope you see me. I got my reflector and my blinker on. My blinky winky. I hope they see my blinky winky. Still no sidewalk yet. I don't think there's going to be one. Yeah, this is, let's see, it's so dark. Yeah, it actually is quite dark. I know that Prism makes it look darker than it actually is, but without these street lights, it is pretty dark over here. They barely have any of them on at all. In fact, actually, the light behind me from the driver is actually helping, so. So, thank you, driver. Appreciate you. Because you're doing the thing with the thingy. Then I gotta see where this next customer's gonna be. We're dropping off the bigger order first. And let's see, it's 9:29. So they want this dropped off by 9:40, so we definitely got enough time. The storm's getting closer. Well, I hope everyone, you know, you and everyone else in the area, they stay safe from the storm. Don't want that no bueno action going on. Hope everyone stays safe. Okay, so we are on Main Street. Yeah, squeaky weekies. Okay, come on, go! Oh, look at that. There's no. Oh, this is a bike lane. So Mims. This is the town we're in. We're in Mims. It's the town that's directly north of Titusville. This is the bike lane. Yay! It's more like a shoulder than an actual bike lane, but okay, I'll take it. It's better than nothing. It's either that or I get my giblets ran over. We don't want that to happen, because oh man, that really would be no bueno. Many no buenos, actually. Uh-oh, dirt path. This bike's not meant for this. This bike's not meant for this. I'm gonna do it anyway. Come on! Come on! Come on, dog! Let's go! Alright, just a whittle more. Just a whittle more. Ah, there's still more. Ah, gosh dang it. Gosh dang it! Gosh dang it! Ah. I don't want to do a slippy whippy over here, you know? That'd be some bad juju. I'd probably die. Not the way I'd want to go out. What's this, 2459? Is this 2459? I can't see. Okay, it is. Alright, we're good. Good. Ah! I got stuck in the dirt. Ah! Stop! Okay. Alright, just made it. Yesterday, today, the bundle shipped orders have not been close. Oh, distance-wise? Yeah, that's poopy-doopy. Me no likey when that happens. There's no buenos for any of that. No buenos whatsoever. Okay. Drop this off and we'll get the HE double hockey sticks out of here. Now let's see. Hey, welcome back, Gate Smasher. Good to see you, buddy. We dropped off 1 of 2 of that Winn-Dixie order that we were working on. These orders definitely took me out for sure, but hey, it's worth it. I'm gonna surpass my weekly goal again. So that's heckin' dope. Alright, let's see where this other customer's at. On my way with your order. Okay, it's not that far. Everyone counts. Yep, that's true. That is very true. Very true indeed. Okay, I guess they want me to... Where do they want me to... How do they want me to get there? Oh, I guess they wanted me to go that way. No, I don't want to take that trail. These aren't the right treads for that. So I'm just going to take the main road. Because it has a quote-unquote bike lane. It says it's a bike lane, but it's actually a shoulder. But okay, whatever. These are street treads on this bike, so yeah. Bad juju if I'm doing a lot of off-roading with this thing. Definitely some bad juju. Oh, bad juju, bad juju, bad juju. Nah. Okay. Every time a delivery happens, an angel gets to eat. Any decent tips? Decent, sure. I think this order's gonna have some decent tips. But nothing mind-blowing, to be honest. Oh wow, it's dark. Ah, gosh dang it. Ah, DoorDash, why you do this to me? Why are you taking me on these dark and mysterious and creepy bad juju roads? Why, this is no bueno. Many no buenos. At least the lane's wide, kinda. But yeah, I wouldn't say there weren't any real knockout orders today, but that's okay. Overall, we did decent. And, you know, if we made past our weekly goal, which we did, must be doing something right. In fact, I'll be taking half of tomorrow off, actually. I'm going to give myself a half day tomorrow. So, that's pretty heckin' dope. I can use that time to do the thing with the thingy. Or some other raisins and things and stuff. You never know. Alright, we're almost there. Just got to keep on going. Really glad I jerry-rigged that big battery on this bike. Allows me to go many, many far. Many far. Ah, shit. What was that? I ran over something. It was bad juju. I don't know what that was. That looked like a plate of dinner. Yeah, this is my last order. It looked like I ran over like a pork roast or something. I don't know what the hell that was. But yeah, I'm making this my last one. DoorDash took me pretty far. So we're going to take the dead miles back just so I can get back home. I mean, we're already coming up 9:45. I'm definitely out later than usual. I usually wrap up around 9. But I was like, all right, fine. I'll take this order. I'll take it to go past my goal. Give me a little leeway for tomorrow. And if I go by last week, or this past week anyway, or this week, the beginning of this week, I really only had a half day on Monday. That was mainly because I got caught in a rainstorm that day. So I took the rest of the day off because I felt like poopy doopy and I didn't want to work. So it actually worked in my favor that I still managed to exceed my goal. So you figure if I'm voluntarily taking a half day tomorrow, then as long as I'm making similar money per day, we can see a similar result this week. That's pretty nice. Eyes on the prize. Heck yeah. In fact, actually, I can even pay my rent now. I'm going to wait, though, because I got some other things coming out. But still, the fact they can even do that right now is heckin' dope. Alright, where am I going exactly? Is it... I think it's this house. I think it's this house. House. See, if I was Canadian, I would pronounce it house or house. I think it's this one. Is it? I don't know. It is this one. Okay. This is the house. The house. The home. Okay. Get off. Okay. Okay, let's go. Ah. Let's go. Go. Okay, I think I'm gonna take Holder Road. Just because there's an actual bike path. None of these paths are well lit by any means. Lighting in MIMS at nighttime is terrible. It's heckin' terrible, man. But I make it work. I do the worky work. Ah, sweet. Okay, so as far as DoorDash this week, we actually made the weekly earnings goal on the whole with just DoorDash. So My weekly earnings goal is 500 to 600. So with DoorDash, we made 502.43, and I did some shipped, and I did a Grubhub and 2 roadies. So let me tally all that up. So that's going to be 502.43 with DoorDash. So let me, the L calculator. Then I got that $40 cash tip the other day. That was pretty nice. And 13 with roadie, 11.56 with Grubhub, and then whatever else I made with shipped. So that would be, all right, 48.62. 4862. Cool. So, this week's earnings on a goal of $500 to $600 is $615.61. Let's go! We made past the weekly goal. Heck yes, Slay Queen. Let's get it. Nice. Very nice. That is heckin' dope, fam. And you guys being invested on my journeyest of journeys makes it feel that much cooler. Alright, gonna withdraw that money, put it in the bank, and then I'm gonna withdraw the other money, and then I'm gonna put that in the bank. Wow! That's heckin' dope. Let's do it. Yay, 89, 88, hooray. Gate Smasher says get new tires. I have all-terrain tires on my other bike. I just haven't been riding that bike much lately. I got a flat 2 days in a row. The same damn thing in the same damn spot at nighttime, which is no bueno. I need to just patch up the tube and I can get that back on the road. But I've been feeling kind of lazy about it. I'll do it tomorrow. But I do prefer the street treads on this bike. It makes the roll on pavement feel much more comfortable. So, as far as like off-roading, I use my other bike for that. I mean, they're not really off-road bikes, it's just that bike is better suited for it. Plus, it can go faster. But I've actually been feeling better going like the cruising speed with this bike. Cruising speedy weedies. Ah, damn, it's so dark! That light shining towards me is not helping. Get out of my way! God damn it. They don't light these streets enough up here, man. That's why I don't like coming out here. It's going to get hotter. Maybe a cool wrap for the forehead. Oh, yeah, I already got a headband. So, ow! You can probably see it, headband. I got a couple of them, so I wrapped them up. I got my little paddy waddies as well. My little paddy waddies that I sit on. That helps too, big time, big time. Plus that hydrocortisone. Gravel. All right, we're good. Man, it's dark. It is heckin' dork. You know what? I'm gonna go on the main road. Screw it. No one's behind me. Let's go. Yeah, I-95 is to my right. That's a wrap that I freeze, works great. That's good to know. Yeah, that whole I-95 intersection is to my right. It's a pretty good distance away though. There's like a ditch and trees that separate me from it. I-95, that's crazy land. Oh yeah. You know, even when I occasionally borrow one of my landlord's cars to visit my mom and brother, I still hate having to take I-95, but I still do it anyway. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I'll make it happen. We'll just stay in the slow lane and we'll be all right. All right, come on, go, go! There we go. I appreciate your honesty. Yeah, I'm gonna sometime in August. I'm planning to take a trip to Tennessee. I don't think I'll need to take I-95 for it though. I think they want me to. Well, actually, maybe a little bit of the way they might want me to take it. I want to go see my best friend. I haven't seen her in a couple of years. Want to see her again. Yeah, I'm curious how many miles I am from the house. I have a pretty good idea how many, but I'm just curious. I must see. Cause yeah, we got a bit of a ways to go before I get back home. Yeah, we're 9.5 miles away from home. Actually, it might be shorter. Yeah, it could be a little. Yeah, it could be a little shorter. Let's see what route I should take. I could take Carpenter Road. Could take that. Yeah, if I take Carpenter Road, it'll be 8.3 miles. Shit. God damn. Scaring the shit out of me out here. Come on, people. I got my lights on. You should have seen me. You can't see me. Don't drive at night. Sorry, not sorry. Not sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I want to take. Nah, I don't really want to take North Carpenter Road though. Yeah, it's gonna be too dark. These streets are too damn dark out here anyway. So I think I'll take. I might take Singleton. Yeah, maybe I'll take Singleton. Take Garden Street to South Park, or maybe South Park. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Because they're technically doing this route based on geographical paths, but not every path that I take is geographically marked as a route. Like, there's a shortcut that's at the end of the cul-de-sac at the end of my street, which if I'm heading north, it cuts out about 0.4 miles. If I'm heading east, it cuts about 0.6. But it's not technically marked as an actual route to take. So, ooh, I got a better idea. I'm gonna take this road. I forgot what this road's called, but I'm gonna take this road. Damn, it's dark here too. All right, so this one is, what's this called again? War Eagle. That's right, War Eagle. Eagle, 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 eagle! Come on! Eagle! You go first. I don't want to go yet. I don't want to go yet. It's okay, thanks. There we go. Better safe than sorry. They're gonna go past me anyway, you know? They might as well just go first. If me no feel safety wafies. If I don't feel safety wafies, then you go first. No one's behind us right now, so we're good. But yeah, we're gonna take this route. So instead of having to take Singleton, this is like the safer route because the speed limit's lower, there's less traffic, and there is like a walk path to my left. Although I'm not really using that right now. There's not enough lighting up here. So I'm just gonna use the main road because it illuminates the street itself a little better. Okay, yeah, the South Park route, that would make sense. Although, I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. Either way, we got about another, I'm gonna say 25-30 minutes before I get back home. So, appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. You guys are heckin' dope. And I'm glad to see a lot of you are invested on my journeyest of journeys towards that 100% acceptance rate on DoorDash. You know, another, I think 63 orders to go, and we cracked that perfect AR. And by then, we'll ultimately determine if I think it's genuinely worthwhile. I mean, so far it's overall promising. Excuse me. So far it's overall promising. But I'm not fully convinced that I want to keep doing it afterwards. I'm not fully convinced. So, we will make that judgment call after some more time has passed. Because that's the thing with this stuff, is this kind of stuff just takes time. That's really the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so. Yeah, this is technically a school property, but they keep it open for the public to cross through. So, cool beat. Ow! What the heck? Oh, big speed bump. Ah! Speed bumpy wumpies. No bueno. That was a heckin' bumpy wumpy. I don't like those heckin' bumpy wumpies. They're no bueno. And that one was a bumpy wumpy, but not too bad. That one was a lot less unpleasant, let's just say. A lot less unpleasant. If it's very unpleasant, it's bad juju. And we can drive right in between these ones. So heck yeah, Slay Queen, let's go! Nice. No bumpy wumpy's gonna slow me down. Nah, 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 nah. If you were a car, it would slow you down. But me? Nah. I'm not a filthy casual. Ain't none of that slowing me down. There we go. Just like that. And then we're doing it again. Sweet. Oh, it's getting dark. I must be careful. I think it's right there. Is that it? Is that one? Is that one? No, it's not. Okay, I'm seeing things. I am seeing things. Must be all that wacky tobacco that I've been lighting up. I'm kidding. I don't do wacky tobacco. I can't actually handle wacky tobacco. It gives me very bad juju. But I won't judge you if you do the devil's lettuce. I think it smells nice. It smells pretty nice, I would say. Uh-oh, that light's blinking. Horror movie! Oh my god, it's a horror movie setting. Ah, somebody help! Nobody's in danger! Everything's okay. No need to panic, everybody. It was a false alarm. But that light was doing the blinky winky like in a horror movie, you know? You know what I mean by that? You see those horror movies where it's like the spotlights and the street lights are like flashing on and off. And like you see like the masked killer just standing there menacingly. And then they disappear. And then you find them somewhere else, like closer to you. Heckin' creepy. Definitely bad juju for sure. Alright, we're on Garden Street. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. Oh, wait, I know what I can do. 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 So, we're going to take Garden Street, right? And then I'm going to make that one turn down that one street that takes me to Tropic. And then I follow Tropic. I follow Tropic to Rock Pit Road. And then I take Lane Avenue. And then take Barna Avenue to Knox McCrae, to Helena, to Zoltan, and then I'm back home. See, it helps to know your geography, right? You know your geography, you know how to get around. Especially if you're on a bike and you can find all kinds of nooks and crannies and other cool shortcuts that you can take that you can't do with a car. So, like, even if I'm going slower, sometimes I can get around arguably more quickly because I'm able to find those little passageways that aren't technically marked on a map to, like, drive, and, you know, to, like, drive on and stuff, you know? So, definitely pretty nice, I would say. Alright, must keep going. We are getting closer, guys. I promise. Me promise that we are getting closer. You know what? I'll take Singleton. And then I'll do the turn on that one street. That's what I'll do. Yeah, Tropic, that's right. So Singleton to Tropic, and then all those other things and stuff. I just hope it's bright enough down there. I haven't been down Tropic in a hot minute at nighttime. I don't remember if it's well lit or not. Okay, that's Woodside, so not quite there. But we're gonna go on the sidewalk here. And then we'll get to Tropic. And while we get to Tropic, we will figure out another topic to discuss. I don't know. Or make a fuss. See, I rhymed. I rhymed with 2 different sounds and syllables and things and stuff. I'm an MC. I mean, you figure the word Mike starts with the letter M, so there's a connection there. Mike the MC Dasher. Yo, yo. Got that devilish flow. Anyway. Oh yeah, the lighting's a lot better here for sure. Much even more betterers. It is much even more betterer. We can actually see, as you can see. Ring a ding ding. Home's calling. Time to head back. 740 subscribers. Holy moly, we only got 60 more to go for me to pull off my 800 goal for subscribers for the month. That's heckin' dope. Appreciate you guys helping me get to this point. You guys are many heckin' dopes indeed. Appreciate you guys being invested in on my journeyest of journeys. Maybe I'll put that on a t-shirt. The journeyest of journeys. Have like me riding my bike. I don't know. If you guys think that's a good merch idea, let me know in the comment section down below. So once I get to that big step, that big next step of monetization, I'll definitely start working on merch and other cool things and stuff. Man, I love the fact I'm even having these conversations right now, dude. Just talking about not only monetization, but the steps afterwards. Like, what the heck, you know? The heck. It's quite surreal. You know, it's very surreal. Faux reals. For realsies, you know? Just, geez Louise, baby, please. Oh no, the road is closed up ahead. Oh no! Oh man, whatever will I do? What can I do? Will I have to go around? Oh no, whatever shall I do? I wonder what the solution is that I'm going to come up with as Mike the Bike Dasher to get around this obstacle that's on the road. Oh yeah, that's right, Mike the Bike Dasher doesn't have to be on the road. And if it's not the road, it isn't closed off. So, wha-bam! Ow. Haha. Yeah, take that, automobiles. That's one thing you can't do, for reals. I can get around obstacles like this. That's always quite the pleasure-ease, baby please. Bam. Alright, Rock Pit Road. And then we gotta get on South Street to Lane Avenue. Let's see, today's the, oh yeah, that's right, today's the 18th. Got it. Which means we got 19. So we got 13 days after today. I got you. Yeah, I think I gotta start going on a couple more people's channels. Be like, hey, give me subscribers right now! Give them to me! No, I'm kidding. About that part, anyway. But yeah, see if we can get a little more of that aggressive push towards that 800 subscribers. So if I can keep up that 100 plus subs a month momentum, then we'll definitely get to that full monetization step before the, like, pretty much like halfway in the summer, which is like, holy frick, you know? Holy frick. Mike's video, I will lick. See, I did a little rhyme there again. You just got a tip from one of the orders you got today. $4.49. It was, oh, okay, so it was like a 10% tip. I got you. That's not too shabby. Hey, at least you got a tip, right? So that's pretty nice. Maybe one of those other orders that you did will have like a $69 tip. That'd be pretty nice. That'd be very nice, actually. I've never gotten a $69 tip before. I've gotten a $65 tip, though. Just add $4 to it, and that would be the good juju number. It's still very heckin' dope. Many heckin' dopes indeed. I don't know. 60 more to go. You've got this. Heck yeah, Slay Queen. We'll get there. Ow. But yeah, I definitely want to keep this, you know, at least till the monetization goal. Definitely want to keep some pretty solid 100 plus sub a month momentum going on. Not that I've had any trouble doing that, of course. This channel will be popping like corn kernels. The highest tip you've ever gotten was $32. Ooh, that's pretty solid. 32, holla for a $32 tip. Let's see. You know, actually, I'll take South Park. I'm going to keep taking South Park because I can then head over to Royal Oak and then just follow Royal Oak back to the house. So, all kinds of different paths I can take to get back home. It helps to know where to go. Where to go. Off Guard. Hello, Off Guard. Good to see you. We just got done with our dashing for the night and dashing for the week. We made past our $500 to $600 goal, about $615 and change, respectively. Baby, please. That was super many heckin' dopes, and we got 63 more DoorDashes to go before we get that perfect acceptance rate with DoorDash. I mean, yeah, we're at 99%, but the closer you get to 100%, the longer it takes to get there. So we got to get that final stretch. got to get that final stretch, the last 63 orders, and we get that perfect AR from 99%. And the reason why it's 99% is because acceptance rate, picture your acceptance rate as like a conveyor belt, right? So the conveyor belt can hold 100 orders on it. As each order passes, you got a crane, like you represent the crane, you take the order, right? You take the order off the conveyor belt of the 100, because DoorDash cycles through your acceptance rate based on the last 100 orders. So it operates like a conveyor belt, so as long as you're grabbing the orders, you're contributing towards that higher acceptance rate. When you miss an order, that lowers your acceptance rate. And depending on when you missed the order, that can determine how many more orders you need to take to get your acceptance rate back up. So when you're at that 99, and let's say that you miss like 20 orders in, then you've got to take 20 orders to go back up to 99 because of the sequencing on the conveyor belt of the acceptance rate. So that's how that whole thing works. So depending on how many orders you decline at 99%, or if you miss, right? Because the only reason why it went down for me that one day is because the network dropped out. I couldn't take the order. So when you miss an order, that lowers your acceptance rate as well. That wasn't always the case, but a couple of years ago they patched it up to where if you miss an order, they count that as lowering your acceptance rate. Which kind of sucks because it dropped us down to 98%, just like that, But it's all good because we got the 20 orders or however many orders I had to do, which then put us at 99 again. And then from that point on, it's like, all right, well, this is how many orders we've got to get, and then we can get there. So it's pretty much just that final stretch, that final countdown, so to speak. If you transfer an order, does it affect your AR? Transfer an order? What do you mean? Because if you decline an order, you lower your acceptance rate. If you miss an order, like you don't accept, then that also lowers your acceptance rate. Have I ever dropped an order? So you mean unassigned? No. So the reason why it doesn't affect your AR is because you already accepted the order. It will affect your completion rate though, and it is important for your completion rate to be at or above 90% on DoorDash. Otherwise, they can deactivate your account. So they say that your deactivation policy, or eligible for deactivation policies, baby please, is lower than 90%. I take every single order and I finish every single order. The only exceptions I make is if I get an order that I have a worry-free unassigned for, where if I'm waiting at a merchant for a while and I tell DoorDash that I'm waiting for the order and I don't want to do the order anymore after a certain amount of time, then I can unassign without lowering the completion rate, which is pretty neat. But otherwise, you could also contact a live agent if you definitely need to and have them remove it for you, which won't affect your completion rate, but you don't get paid. So, have I dropped an order with shipped? I have before, yeah. It's not very good practice because they'll be less likely to send you offers because that lowers your reliability rate. That's what they call it, reliability rate on shipped. So I don't do that often, but I have done it a couple times before. Any crazy experience while dashing? I've gotten tons of them before. And it's mostly just drivers acting really foolish with me. That's generally how it is a lot of the time. So on one of my shorts on my channel, one driver kept pulling out and I was on the main highway in the bike lane. I had to move over very slightly into the turning lane, into the Walmart parking lot, because some drivers were driving really close in my bike lane. They were like swerving in my lane, which is ridiculous, right? So I had to move over slightly to let them pass. And then this driver was pulling out. And then they stopped dead in the middle of my bike lane. And I kept yelling at them, get out of the way, go, move. And I had to like just straight up yell at them, like top of my lungs, man, you know? I know I can sound pretty aggressive when I'm yelling top of my lungs, very raspy and shit, you know? And I just kind of went off on them. It's like, dude, if I didn't brake in time, I could have hit them. It's bullshit. And I've had other ridiculous experiences too. I even had a pickup truck driver drive around to tell me to go fuck myself and beeping his horn like fucking crazy. Pardon my French. First time I swore in like an hour or two. Anyway. And it was all because I was trying to go through the sidewalk and he wasn't looking to his right when he wanted to get on the right lane. And I was telling him, it's like, dude, I've been waiting. You weren't looking. And then he starts beeping his horn. He goes freaking off, man. I thought he was going to pull a gun out. You know, it's crazy. You never know, man. There's always people out there that are willing to escalate the situation and act on their emotions. You never freaking know, man. You never freaking know. So when I see that, I'm like, God damn. You know, I think I got a big dookie in my underwear. But I digress. Have you encountered a rude customer, like someone who was too much? I have, yeah, but not as common as you might think. It's actually pretty exceptionally rare. Pretty rare from my experiences. Now, I did have a cashier act really rude with me today, and it was all because I did a DoorDash order where the customer kept asking for more expensive items compared to the ones they originally had on the order, and they clearly didn't have enough money on their card to actually pay for it, so it wouldn't check out. And the lady was getting like very impatient and stuff, but it's like she was taking it out on me. She was just acting like she just had that tone of voice against me. It's like, dude, I'm not the one doing anything wrong. It's just the customer didn't have enough money. So then I had to contact the live agent after getting out of line to have them refill the card. And then I got back in line and it was the same cashier. She didn't even say anything. She was just... I don't know, man. I just didn't like her attitude with me. I was actually tempted to even complain to her manager about her attitude, but I let it slide this time, and I explained why that happened, right? The live agent told me that they didn't have enough money, so they had to add funds to the account for the transaction to go through. And then the customer still wound up not tipping anyway, so cheap bastards. But I digress. That was just a tiny little hiccup today. Other than that, it's been a pretty solid day. The encounter with the cat. Oh yeah, it was on my morning hour stream. So the morning time stream that I had, well, morning/afternoon. It was during that replay when it happened. Now, oh shit. I don't know what that was. Now, like, you couldn't actually see her reacting to me, I don't think. But you could probably hear her. And I could just tell her in tone of voice. She was just being quite rude to me. And I was just trying to get out of line. That was it. I was just trying to get out of the line and get the stuff paid for. You'll check it out once the live streams ends. Alright, cool beans. If you want. Hey Charles, how you doing, man? Good to see you. So Charles, you know, we're still on our journeyest of journeys for that perfect AR. And this is the second week in a row when I made past my weekly goal. So my weekly goal is $500 to $600, and we topped out at about $615. So that's pretty comparable to how much I made last week. What am I gonna have for dinner? Oh, I don't have dinner around this time of day. I had dinner before I left. I don't eat around this time of day, otherwise I'm not gonna go to bed. So I ate around 4:30 and it's almost 10:30. Every now and again I might have like a small thing of like oranges, like the mandarin oranges, maybe. just a little something to fill the stomach, but otherwise I don't really eat anything before bed. Yeah, before sunset. I don't eat at nighttime. I don't really care to eat that much, honestly. I just eat opportunistically. Mainly because a good chunk of the food I have is low-calorie dense food, so, you know, it yields more food, less calories, like salads and stuff. Plus, you know, the stuff that's got a good amount of protein, good amount of fiber, relatively nutrient-dense, because, you know, nutrient-dense food helps your general energy metabolism. Your energy metabolism helps maintain your energy balance in accordance with the laws of thermodynamics and things and stuff, and it makes you feel good. Stitch Love got hurt earlier. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Stitch Love. What happened? We're almost home now. Final stretch. All I gotta do is just turn on that back trail path that's at the end of my cul-de-sac. Well, it leads to the end of the cul-de-sac. Your left foot was swollen? Uh-oh. Swollen? What happened? Like you got stung, or maybe popped your ankle a little bit? That's no bueno. Best cardio ever. Oh yeah, that certainly helps too. You know, having some kind of consistent cardio regimen, some kind of resistance training to help maintain some kind of metabolic tissue. That way you can afford to burn more calories at rest, or burn more energy, expend more energy at rest, more specifically. Technical terms, oh my god. Oh, look at that little Discord mod, and he's using the technical terms and things and stuff. Oh. But yeah. And definitely staying busy and productive also helps too. You know, sometimes you can work around your ghrelin, or, you know, the hunger hormone that tells you that you're hungry, by staying hydrated and staying busy. Ow. Okay. Hey Eric, how you doing, man? Yeah, I did have a pretty good day, Eric. So I made past my $500 to $600 goal this week. We made about $615, and that's second week in a row. You know, I know you all think I'm crazy for taking every DoorDash order, but hey, it's working, man. It's actually working. So let's see where this crazy train keeps taking us on our journeyest of journeys. How was your day today, Eric? Did you have a decent day? And Off Guard is heading out. All right, take care, man. Thanks for popping by. Appreciate having you. You are heckin' dope. Let's see. Good man. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're also at 2,443 watch hours, so we're well under 600 away from the partial monetization. In fact, tomorrow I might even be up by 2,500, so you never know. That'd be heckin' dope. Either way, we're getting there day by day. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's see. You made 150 on Instacart, and the rest was Domino's. Poopy doopy tipping night. Nah. Well, sorry the tips weren't great, but sounds like you made decent money overall. So, pretty good. Yeah, Jack says sounds like a good day. Yeah, good. No. Okay, I think I did it. Yeah, silver lining to everything. You know, if one of your income sources doesn't do quite good, but another one does really good, you did pretty good overall. Mike, the silver lining bike dasher. Let's go. Okay, cool beans. And getting some hearts from Off Guard. Nice. Yeah, appreciate having you, buddy, old pal. You are heckin' dope. $94 order with with no tip. $94? What the heck? $94? There's no tip, even though it's almost paying $100. Oh, wait. Hold on, wait. Let me retract that. So the customer spent $94. The order didn't pay you $94, right? I think that's what Eric meant. So the customer spent $94 on the order. I thought that you were saying that it was a $94 order, as in like you were gonna get paid $94. I was about to say that's something else. I've never seen that before. Okay, I was El Correcto. Yeah. Well, I'll still give you a little ring-a-ding-ding, because at least on the whole you did good, you know? And look at it that way, Eric, you know? I think the best way to look at gig work, the way that we're doing it, the fact that we're putting in hours and hours a day, if we're filling in time slots working, and if we're still making our goals overall, even if not every order's great, then that's something of a win, you know? I still see that as something of a win. Like, if I'm going to spend, like, 5 to 10 every evening doing gig work, I want to try to fill in that time as much as I can, because knowing that if I'm filling in that time working, I'm making money for my time. Even if the orders aren't always great, and if the overall earnings looks good, then I think that's, you know, it's kind of like big picture, I guess. That's just how I see it. And let's be honest, you know, we treat gig work like regular W-2 jobs. So if we're staying busy, working, making, we're still making money, then I see that as a good thing. Yeah, exactly. It evens out, right? Like, if you took a $2 DoorDash order and then you get a $40 DoorDash order afterwards, the $2 one really sucks, but you still averaged $21 per order. When you look at it that way, suddenly it looks more impressive. Or even on YouTube, right? Even on YouTube, like, you get 100 views on one short, but then you get 900 views on another. It averages out 1,000 total, 500 each. So perspective is everything. Hey, when people say gig work isn't real work. No, it's definitely real work. That whole, like, get a real job, Mr. Whirlwind. Mr. Whirlwind, you know? Yeah, I don't agree with it either. But whatever. Let people say what they want. I don't care. That's no skin off my bones, right? No skin off my bones. I like doing what I do, how I'm doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. Using it as a income bridge towards bigger, better things in my life. Let's see. Charles says if I make $100 a day, I'm happy. Yeah, there you go. Who's to say that you can't do what you're doing to make your money? Who cares? right? I don't go around telling people, hey, the cashier behind the cash register, you need to get a real job. You're just going to be stuck here for the next 40, 50 years of your life. Let them collect that pension paycheck if they want. I don't care. I'm not telling them to get a real job. Get a real job just like Mr. Worldwide. Or if they're telling me to get a real job because I deliver groceries and food. It's like, who cares? If I'm making money and I'm taking care of what I need to take care of and doing what I gotta do, then who's to say I'm doing it wrong? Yeah? If you're able to make $150 on Instacart and you got your Domino's, who's to say you're doing it wrong in that sense, you know? But yeah, definitely, you know, despite that $94 no-tip order, you still sounds like you did overall good today. So just think of it more like that, you know? That way you're not dwelling on, like, the one not-so-good thing, you know? The one not-so-good thing. It's like you got a painting and it's got a little stain on it. It's like, all right, well, that little stain sucks, but the whole painting still looks freaking awesome and you barely even notice it. I don't know. I digress. But anyway, on that note, I am back home. So I am going to be wrapping up the stream here. And overall, it was pretty heckin' dope that I managed to exceed my weekly goal for a second week in a row, doing this whole taking every DoorDash order thing. What's the latest order I ever did? Oh, time-wise. It was after 10:30. So it would have been somewhere between 10:30 and 11 at night. That's the latest I've ever delivered. And it was a 7-Eleven order. Because most other places, their lobbies aren't open, so. Eric says 740 subs. Nice. Yeah, only another 60 to go to get to that 800 goal by the end of the month. So, that's heckin' dope, man. Watch hours are climbing. We're getting there. I got tons of cute shorts of Lucy that are coming out. And I got a few that are already out, so definitely check out my shorts feed. You'll see all kinds of, you know, cute little things and stuff that Lucy's been up to over the years. Off Guard says, can I recommend one thing? Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. That is fine. Let's see. Charles says, I will see you again. I'm sure. Peace. Take care, Charles. Good to see you, buddy. Appreciate you being here. You are heckin' dope. And Sonny says, I've been here the whole time, Mike, lurking. Nice. That's heckin' dope, Sonny. Appreciate you being here. You know, even if you're running the background, you got other things going on, I still think that's heckin' dope, too. You can use ChatGPT to generate high-quality professional thumbnails. I know my buddy Eric uses vidIQ, and yeah, that is true. So my buddy Ulf, he uses ChatGPT to help out with some artwork on the channel. But I don't really want to make thumbnails like that. I like the way that I make them. It's like, you get a bit of that cartoonish, stylish look, but that's like the real me, you know? That's more of a stylistic choice. That's just me. It's more of an artistic decision to have like the real me on the thumbnail. Now, like animated stuff in the background, sure, maybe, but you know. But I digress. Let's see. Sonny says, I had a great day, Eric. Eric says, awesome, Sonny, happy for you. Heck yeah, man. Or should I say, heck yes, Slay Queen. Nice. But yeah, on that note, I am going to head inside. So, anyway, if you guys enjoyed the stream, hit that like button, and subscribe to the channel if you have yet to do so. Ring that taco bell so you get notified the next time I upload, and it sounds like this. That's the taco bell. Let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of today's live stream, what you'd like to see next, anything and everything. Let me know in the comment section down below. If you're looking for other interesting things and stuff, I've got links in the description box down below as well. And on that note, I will be live streaming sometime in the evening tomorrow. I'm going to take like a half day off, so I'll be off like pretty much the whole daytime hours, but I will come back out tomorrow evening. We'll get some more work done, and I think we will set ourselves up for success for the journeyest of journeys towards our 100% acceptance rate on DoorDash. And on that note, I'll catch you guys then. Take care.